game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Well, Dale and I are very different. I get early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Thanks, Bet365.
If gambling is affecting your mental health or well-being, 211 Alberta is here to help. Call or text 211 or visit ab.211.ca. 18 plus all. T's and C's apply.
For all your welding supplies, think AWS Welding. Located in Nisku, their readily stocked storefront carries a wide variety of welding glasses, cylinder rentals, plus welding rod, wire, and consumables. Same-day delivery is always available. And if they don't have it, AWS Welding will find it for you fast. Visit their online store today at awswelding.ca or give them a call or text at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. They make it happen.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Cantork has always been a forward-thinking company, but now that we've turned 25, I can't help but take a minute to take a look back. Thank you to everyone that's been with us along the way.
The Jason Gregor Show.
Driven down the line, and Cruz has given the Pirates the lead. How about that for a big home run? No one's done it in a year except for O'Neal Cruz. The Pirates on top in San Diego.
On Sports 1440.
This ball barreled down the line. Has returned.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Right Smith, way back to left field, and the Cubs comeback is complete.
It's 2 o'clock. Thank you for joining us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight's Lotto 649 Gold Ball Jackpot, $18 million. Go check it out. You can also head over to the sports section, see the Jason Gregor Show daily specials. I'll let you know what those are in just a second. Remember to use your game sense. Of course, Connor Halley with you today, sitting in for Jason Gregor. He will return next week. Just out a little bit more vacation time. We got Declan Kruger, Mackenzie McLennan here, rolling through the streams wherever you're watching from. We appreciate it. You can check us out on YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram, and Twitch. You can listen to us live on iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Radio Player Canada, or the good old-fashioned AM dial. And if you're doing that, you got Blue Jays baseball following us here at 6 o'clock. Text line is 1-833-401-1440. Email me at connor@sports1440.ca. Lots to look at today on the show, of course. We'll talk some NFL, some NHL, a little Major League Baseball as well. Our guests including Stephen Ellis of Daily Faceoff. He has his prospect pool rankings in the NHL over at Daily Faceoff. You can go check it out. We're going to discuss that right now. If you're a fan of the Edmonton Oilers, without looking, 1 through 32, text me. Where do you think the Oilers prospect pool ranks? The notable prospects listed are Ike Howard, Samuel Janssen, and Connor Unger. 1 through 32, where do you think the Oilers prospect pool ranks? Don't look it up. I want to see where you guys think it would be. And then in a few minutes, we'll let you know where it is. Mick Ozzie going to join us. We're going to talk about a little cricket action in our city. The Alberta team having a little success recently, just a few days ago at the Canadian Championship. I don't know much about cricket, but Mick Ozzie does. He's with Edmonton Cricket TV. We're going to talk about it. You know, cricket for dummies a little bit. I'm me being the dummy, and the success they've had, how it's growing, and for those in Edmonton that might want to get involved, or even just go watch, where you can do so. We'll have Tyler Yaremchuk from Daily Faceoff at 3:20. Take a look at the Jays, the Oilers, a little bit more there. We've got the stats of the day, the roundtable, Jason Strudwick, Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet. Yesterday he was on the golf course, his favorite hole, which I believe was Barb's Bush. It's a hole with a bush right in the middle of the fairway. We'll see how he did on that. And then Justin Dunk from 3 Down Nation. We've got Cam Tate with a 2-minute warning. So lots going on here 1-833-401-1440. Some text rolling in here. Trying to guess, where do the Oilers sit? 31, says Steve. Dave from Stony, 26th. Pillman, 22. Well, I'm going to let a few more of you guess in case you missed it off the top of the show. We are going to have Steven Ellis from Daily Faceoff. He had an article, NHL prospect pool rankings for every team, 1 through 32. So I'm asking you, without looking and researching, where do you think the Oilers deserve to be? Top team? Chicago Blackhawks. The second top team? Or second team? San Jose Sharks. And third, the Calgary Flames. You'll notice a trend there. Teams that have been bad for a while typically do have the top prospect pool. The Maple Leafs sitting at 15. Gavin McKenna highlighting that group. For the Oilers, it's a little further down, but I just wanted to see, where would you guys think they might be? Rob says 23. Lower. I'll get you to that in a second here. Declan Kruger as well. Deck, how you doing today, my man?
Oh, doing pretty well. Declan CAA on the lowdown today, my favorite segment of the week, so that was always fun to dive into.
It is crazy what's going on right now with the NCAA, just in terms of football. There was a report coming out that the NFL is going to inform its clubs that any player who returns to the college ranks will be prohibited from signing with an NFL team this season. Now, this comes off the Browns had a player named Daquan Wright. New Orleans Saints had a player, Xavier Harris, who signed with these pro teams. And then were they released or they decided, you know what, going back to college, and they were going to go join LSU. The Big Ten said, you know what, no, we're not going to let that happen. You can't go pro and then come back. That's not the way this thing works. The SEC following suit, saying, no, that's not going to happen. So that's where LSU plays. Those two players who had made the decision to go pro and then flip-flop back, they're not going to be playing at LSU this year. So now the NFL is saying they're prohibited to sign. So these two players now, by my understanding, will have to wait until next year. I don't know if they re-enter the draft or if they will have to just wait and then maybe sign. So it's quite the mess right now. And so both these players played for Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. One of them was a little vocal about him leaving. It's just an absolute mess right now. And like Deck, I know you love college football. It's becoming quite the mess right now with this. So it's only two players right now, but this is whack to me. Like, what makes you think that you can go pro and then realize, nah, back to college for me? Like, we're trying to do a business here.
No, it's a joke. Like, we need to get jobs. I think I said it on this show yesterday. We need more accountants.
Yeah.
We don't need more LSU Tigers. The other thing is, it's not just college football. That's the craziest part about it. But it does seem to just be LSU because Will Wade is doing the exact same thing with the basketball program. Kim Mulkey seems to be doing the same thing with the women's basketball program. So it's obviously an NCAA issue as a whole. It's been amplified a little bit, but by what LSU is doing. But like, it's so ridiculous, Connor. It is so ridiculous. Like, we don't need to sit here and talk about how crazy this is. Like, it's a joke through and through. It is time to get jobs. Your college eligibility is over. The glory days are done. Let's move on.
Yeah, and I do like that both sides are doing what they can to deter this. Like the SEC, the Big Ten saying, no, you can't be doing this. Can't be bringing those guys back. The NFL saying, no, you're done for the year now. So in the future, it sucks for Wright and Harris. What they'll do, I'm not sure. Does the CFL come calling? Maybe, the XFL or USFL, like maybe one of these leagues takes a look. Maybe they have to go play arena football, or maybe it's just, we're going to train for next year. But for those two guys, it sucks. But it just blows my mind to be on a pro team and have that thought that I think I'll just go back to college. And do you want those guys? Like, does that deter people a little bit when evaluating these guys? Like, are they afraid of the challenge or what was it? We already see guys who, with that COVID eligibility are playing college football at age 25, 26. Like, that's weird. To me, it's not NIL that's ruining college football. It's this stuff. And hopefully it just stops as soon as possible. Okay, so you guys had texted in some of your picks. So Rhino the Boilermaker, 31st. Mr. Maris, 34th. I thought they were that bad. Rob has them at potentially 25th. And Jordan, first-time texter, shout out Jordan, texting in 29th. Now, that is where people think the Oilers prospect pool ranks, according to Steven Ellis. You know what? Very, very good. 28th is where he has them. I think that's fair. And when you look about the team or around the teams around the Edmonton Oilers in this position, it's teams that have been good for the last little while here. The Florida Panthers coming in at 27th. The Tampa Bay Lightning, 29th. The Avs, 30. I'm not going to give you all the names. We want you to go take a look at this article as well. There are some teams that I think probably a little bit nervous the way this thing is going, like the Columbus Blue Jackets are 23rd. That's not great considering they've been struggling for as long as they have. The Winnipeg Jets, 24. Before last year, we've seen them have some success. The LA Kings at 21. It's a cool article, and it's a cool idea. And we'll talk to Steven, just, players he's looking out for, of these guys, maybe outside of Gavin McKenna, who's the big name he's looking out for this year, because training camps are going to be here in no time. And we're going to hear a little bit more about these guys. And for the Edmonton Oilers, there's a few positions I think a few players will be intrigued by. But overall, this is a team that is built to win now, and it's looking that way. 1-833-401-1440. If you want to get in on the conversation, of course, you can always email me as well, Connor at sports1440.ca. Canada in action today at the Little League World Series as well. That gets going in just under an hour. Of course, we were following along in studio yesterday when they took down South Korea. It was a cool game. I'm a big fan of this event just because there is that element of error, and things can go wrong. A play that you're not used to seeing in the majors, obviously, it can impact the game hugely. So they'll be taking on Japan. First pitch just after 3 o'clock. We also had a good little news on a Canadian, as in the association, Declan, Benedict Mathurin signing with the Pelicans, 2 year, $16 million. That was after he lobbied for the Clippers to withdraw his offer. He didn't want to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can you blame him with what's going on there?
Nope, not one bit. He, just by the way, really, a great rookie season. Was a monster for me in fantasy that year. It's like my 12th option or whatever.
Oh, did you win?
I don't think I won, but I made noise with Benedict Mathurin.
Yeah.
Well, shot volume was a little higher with that Pacers team, but still.
Now 2 years, $16 million with the Pelicans. So very cool there. His reps had approached the Clippers about withdrawing the qualifying offer as $8.8 million. So good for him. Good to see these Canadian guys getting paid, all that sort of thing. The NBA talk's going to ramp up. Did you happen to see the Kyle Lowry Raptors logo deck that they're going to be unveiling or rolling out with when they retire his number?
I did not.
I love this idea. Like they did it with Vince Carter, obviously, and added the number 15. This year they put it out there with it was kind of just the tease of it, but I assume that means eventually it will be coming. And it's just like kind of the cartoony Toronto Raptor with the number 7 put into it. I don't know how much that would get used on game day, like if there would be a commemorative jersey with that happening. But he's kind of doing the pose, the Kyle Lowry point pose. Maybe a little easier for him to do that than take the charge.
Can I ask a question about Kyle Lowry?
Yeah.
You think he's the best player in Raptors franchise history, right?
Yes, I do.
Let me ask this as a precursor before I ask the question I actually wanted to ask. How unanimous do you think it is?
Ooh, I think that there's probably be some people that push back and would say Kawhi just because 1 year, 1 championship, and he was the difference. I would say I like Lowry's longevity and kind of being Mr. Raptor, kind of gritty, like appealed to me as a blue collar guy, Deck.
Yeah, because like my thing was going to be, I think he's the best player in franchise history. I don't think it's totally unanimous, but I would think it's close to unanimous. Like I know there's a lot of love for what Vince Carter did for Canadian basketball. Obviously you talk about Kawhi with the championship, even though it was just like half of a season.
Mm-hmm.
DeMar was really good here, but the team got better after he left. Chris Bosh, good player, made a lot of all-star teams, didn't really translate to winning. Because my thing was going to be like, when you talk about Kyle Lowry with the Toronto Raptors, how many other franchises in the NBA can you point to that have a unanimous best player of that franchise? Maybe it's more than I can think of, but like I feel like that's a pretty impressive spot for Kyle Lowry to be in.
Yeah, I'll listen to the Vince Carter chatter, but I mean, I loved him. I made a website.
Really?
On GeoCities. It was my project, the Vince Carter website. Yeah.
Was it about his lack of playoff success?
No, I was just like, I just praised him for as much as he did because I loved him. I got his jersey. Like he made me a basketball fan with what he did at the dunk competition. It was actually on my birthday that year. So I watched it on Saturday night. Very cool kid I was. But just the playoff success, winning a championship, the longevity, it was a bad ending for Vince in Toronto. Like when he went to the Nets, I hated him. Total heel turn. MTR says Curry with the Warriors. Well, you got MJ with the Bulls. I mean, that's unanimous, right?
Braun with the Cavs.
Braun with the Cavs. So if we go to the the Celtics is tough
See, I don't think that's
because
unanimous
they've
at
had
all.
so many good ones.
Yeah.
If I said Orlando Magic, are you
I don't think that one's
Dwight
unanimous
Howard or
either.
Shaq
See, I don't think. Yeah, I think embrace debate.
or Tracy McGrady?
Not that much
A couple
debate.
good years. Okay, man, he was unbelievable. He was on bus ads in Edmonton, man, for his shoes.
He was crazy.
That's how I knew he was big. He should have stayed in Toronto. Dallas Mavericks.
That one's unanimous.
We're going Dirk.
For
Clippers.
sure. I don't think Clippers is unanimous.
Elton Brand.
Well, I would say it was Bob McAdoo. I think Chris Paul would get a lot of love.
Sacramento Kings.
Probably Oscar when they were the Cincinnati Royals. But if someone's just talking Kings, like you're throwing C. Webb in there, you're throwing Page in there.
Yeah.
That one should be unanimous, but it's like they were the
Bibby.
Cincinnati Royals, right? Like it's different.
What other teams are there? Throw some teams my way.
That's what I'm saying. Phoenix Suns. I don't think that's unanimous.
I mean, Oakley was pretty good there, right?
Well, yeah, and like I was thinking even
Steve-
Charles when he was there, Steve Nash.
Sorry, Barkley. You know,
Yeah,
Oakley, yeah. Steve Nash won a couple MVPs.
Denver might be unanimous now. But I'm
Yeah,
saying like
I would say so.
I think Kyle Lowry is in a pretty it feels like a pretty pristine spot with what he did in Toronto and what he meant to that team.
I would be curious outside of Canada if you were to talk to like just average basketball fans. Like you said, name a Cavalier, LeBron, obviously. Name a Bull, MJ. Name a Raptor. I think you still might get a couple different picks. I don't have Bosch as high there. Like you said, lots of all-stars, never really translated. But Lowry was there and he wanted to be there. He was the face of the franchise for a long time and just beloved, right? Like even when he left, it was nothing like Vince. Vince wanted out. He kind of forced his way. With Lowry, it was just kind of like, this has come to an end. It's time to move on for both sides. So I kind of like that when it happened. But yeah, it is a really good discussion. And then you could even, open that up into sport, Declan. Like the Oilers, that's probably Wayne. But you're going to have the younger generation that might disagree. Throughout sport, there's probably not too many. Is there any player that were the best on two teams?
LeBron would be the best bet.
Who's the greatest member of the Miami Heat of all time?
See, I think if we're just talking about Miami Heat, Dwayne Wade.
You have to, right?
Yep.
Because he won with two teams.
Yep.
One was
And
Shaq.
and was Finals MVP his third year in the league.
Yeah.
I think Shaq averaged like 12 points that Finals. Dwayne Wade averaged 32.
Hakeem in Houston. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
love Yao Ming, but
I think so.
if we're talking other sports, Peyton Manning for the NFL, Colts and Broncos. Now, would a diehard Broncos fan
No.
have him above John Elway?
No, I think
so.
Elway's clearly the better Bronco.
He got him 2, and he was there forever.
That's what I'm saying. I think he's clearly the better Bronco.
Uh,
You could make an argument. Wouldn't make this one, but you could make the argument Brady for the Bucks. I wouldn't make that argument, but one could.
Well, and just because the importance of the position.
Mm-hmm.
Brooks was unbelievable as a linebacker.
Warren Sapp.
Sapp was good, yeah. But I would hear that, and that's kind of like Kawhi in Toronto. But just he was playing the most important position. Other than that, it'd be tough. Buffalo Bills. Who's the greatest Buffalo Bill of all time? Kelly?
I think it probably has to be Jim Kelly.
4 straight Super Bowls, despite the result.
0 wins.
Who's the greatest Philadelphia Eagle of all time?
Wow. Who is the greatest Philadelphia Eagle of all time? That's a good question.
Reggie White?
Like he's the best player to ever have worn the uniform, right?
Yeah.
And he was, I guess it probably just has to be him.
If you went defensive side of the ball, he might be there with the Packers as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Not offense, but Reggie White or Randall Cunningham from Cat Dad, Vince Papali, special teams ace from Mighty Cobra. My Chargers. Who would you say the greatest Charger of all time is?
LT.
I think that should be unanimous, but I think Dan Fouts from the older generation.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you this. I bet Antonio Gates gets some love as well.
Gates.
Let me ask you this one really quickly. Do you think Gates ranks higher in all-time tight end convos than LT ranks in all-time running back convos?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Gates gets a little slander. People love Kelsey and Gonzalez, you know, but he should be up there. Look at tight ends where it matters, touchdowns where it matters. Triple Cena Trucks is Brian Dawkins. That'd be a good one. He was a, what they call him? Project X or whatever. He was a good one. Let us know if you think there's a GOAT on his team where it's unanimous, all sports. Like we're talking MJ with the Bulls. We're talking LeBron with the Cavs in their entire history. We can look at that a little further as well. But we will take a break. When we come back, we will be joined by Stephen Ellis from Daily Faceoff. Talk a little bit about the prospect pool, Weapon X. Thanks, MTR. Project X, the movie. I never actually saw that movie, but I heard good things. Los Angeles and Magic. See, when Magic Johnson, like in LA Tech, like you had Kobe, Shaq.
No. Sorry, Luke. He was talking about Shaq being the best. And I don't think she's definitely not the best Laker ever.
Yeah, because you got Kareem.
There's an argument he's not the best member of the Orlando Magic ever, which is insane to say because I think he's clearly a top 8 player of all time and one of the most dominant players ever. But he wasn't in Orlando very long, and LA obviously has a tremendously storied history.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've had some of the best players to ever do it.
Yeah.
Okay, but just very quickly, Shaq or prime Dwight Howard?
In Orlando?
Yeah.
It's funny because one final each. Dwight Howard, 3 DPOYs there, was there a heck of a lot longer. Like, obviously, Shaq's a better player, no question.
Yeah.
But he was there for 4 years, and how long was Dwight in Orlando? 8 or 9? Like, if you're saying which player am I taking, of course you're taking Shaq all day, but that's not the argument. It's who was better for that franchise. And Dwight Howard actually racked up more accolades for that franchise. I'd still probably take Shaq, but like I think it's a discussion.
It is funny when you look at games played as a Magic. Number 1, Nick Anderson.
Yeah.
Followed by Jameer Nelson, then Dwight Howard.
Yep.
Shaq not even top 10. So it's a fun discussion. We can keep this thing rolling on all day if you'd like for the next 3 hours and 40 minutes. It's up to you. Text us 1-833-401-1440. Up next, though, Stephen Ellis of Daily Faceoff. It is the Jason Gregor Show, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your #1 air conditioning company. So when you can't take living in oppressive heat any longer, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If your hot, sticky sheets keep you up all night, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you've decided that you deserve to be cool and comfortable, call Legacy. Call Legacy. And with no payments, no interest for 1 year, it could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Everything is going to be okay. Any business, regardless of size, can stumble occasionally. I'm Dan McDicken, a licensed insolvency trustee with Faber. If your business is facing financial challenges, our team of chartered insolvency and restructuring professionals have corporate debt recovery solutions that work. Schedule your free Faber Focus session at faber.ca today. Chances of a positive outcome increase if you engage Faber sooner rather than later.
Edmonton's only 24-hour-a-day sports radio station can be heard anytime, anywhere. Sports 1440 is streaming on your phone, your tablet, your computer. Download an app today and listen to Sports 1440.
Are you a skilled laborer? All-Star Construction wants to talk to you. A heavy equipment operator with Traco or backhoe experience? All-Star Construction wants to talk to you, too. With work in and around Edmonton for local land developers, All-Star Construction offers year-round employment. Whether it's power, gas, or telecom, developers rely on All-Star Construction to get the job done. So if you're a skilled laborer or a heavy equipment operator with Traco or backhoe experience searching for work, search All-Star Construction on Indeed.
This summer, cheer on your favorite teams at Sully's Sports Bar and Lounge. Never a bad seat in the house with tons of big screens. Plus, Sully's Big League menu has it all. Small bites and big bites, game day food and drink features, something for everyone. From the gridiron to the diamond, this is the place to catch all the action all summer long. Sully's Sports Bar and Lounge at all 3 Century Casino locations, Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Every day is game day at Century Casino.
You've hauled a 2-bedroom trailer over mountain passes on a cross-country road trip. But today, you just need that epic towing strength to bring the mower over to Mom's. Toyota Tundra, power for all your hauls. It's time to Toyota. Lease a 2026 Tundra 4x4 double cab SR5 from $145 weekly for 60 months at 4.49% APR with $8,699 down. Hybrid available. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your Prairie Toyota dealer today.
2006, we saw the launch of Twitter. JT was #1 with Sexy Back, and the corner of Jasper Ave and 118th was never the same.
On the Rocks, celebrate 20 years of OTR.
Friday, September 18th.
With Whale and the Wolf. Whale and the Wolf.
20 years of music and memories.
20 years of On the Rocks.
Friday, September 18th. Get in early. Jasper Ave and 118th.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Ewa. Helping you finish your electrical project is their goal. From hot lights to electrical panels, the gear you need is at ewa.ca or in person with their Edmonton area location. Ewa, your partners in power.
The Jason Gregor Show. Guest Host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Gregor Show on Sports 1440 brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight's Lotto 649 Gold Ball Jackpot, $18 million. You can also check the Jason Gregor Show specials boosted as usual at PlayAlberta.ca. Remember to use your game sense. Connor Halley, with you here. You guys have been keeping us one on the stream. We got Andrew Connor as well. Fun topics that just kind of popped up organically. Thinking about guys who are clearly the top of their franchise in history. Like Barhead James is Barry Sanders from the Detroit Lions. I think Calvin Johnson will make a push there. Juice from NBC says Minnesota Vikings. Adrian Peterson over Moss Carter Tarkington. It's like we were talking about the Minnesota Vikings. And we both had, well, we all had Randy Moss. We didn't think about Adrian Peterson. That's a really good one. We had Warren Moon for the Eskimos. And then I even think with that one, like, if you're old enough, you might say Jackie Parker, Tom Wilkinson. Maybe Lynn Gizmo. Dave Cutler was very popular. But it's hard to go away from a quarterback who led them to 5 straight Grey Cups. Nick M says, how about Niedermeyer for the Ducks and the Devils? I mean, Mark Ambroder, my guys are going to say New Jersey. Bonds for the Pirates and Giants. See, there were Brutal Clemens with the Pirates.
I might went to Honus Wagner.
Like, yeah, it's a fun debate. Mr. Maris says Junior Seau for the Chargers. Yeah, I mean, and if you got him, I'd be fine with that. One of the reasons I love the Chargers, I didn't ever announce Junior Seau's name, but I was a huge fan of the way he played as a young lad. Right now, let's get to the big guest of the day, brought to you by the Spruce Grove Saints, who are looking forward to the opening night games. September 18th, followed by a spectacular 2027-2026 season. Saints Hockey School runs from the 24th of August to the 28th. It's underway right now. U9, U11, U13, U16. Sign up at sgsaints.ca as we bring in Stephen Ellis, of course, cover the NHL, prospect, and more with daily faceoffs. Stephen, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing really good. Kind of having some fun with this topic. When you look at that at the NHL, and players who are clearly the number one player on their franchise in terms of history. I mean, the Oilers, I think it's going to be unanimous with Gretzky, the younger generation might say McDavid. Anyone else stand out to you?
Well, to me, Chris, about the ways player of all time. So I think he's Montreal, LA, Chicago, Washington, and I think he played for goes for that. Toronto, you got to go Vander Raycroft, man. That guy was a legend. He ended up the 137 win season, and nobody thought with him. So those are the make the most sense to me. I think everyone would agree with.
Off the top of your head, right? Not too much research into that one. Just comes to mind. Yeah, some very good players. You must be a goalie. We know you're a goalie, actually. Yeah. How's everything going out there for the summer? I know you got a chance to hang with Colin Livingston a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so far we've done 2 races competing against each other as spotters. He's the primary guy for his secondary spot for my team, but I'm 2-0 so far. My team's come at the most time. It just means Cleo's superior in that case. I know he's a win this season. I wasn't there that week, so I didn't. We have one more chance. We got the most sport in a couple weeks. So I'm looking forward to that.
Got a win, but not over you. Okay, well, he's in studio tomorrow, so I'll ask him about that one. But let's get to the reason we want to bring you on the show today. Of course, at dailyfaceoff.com, you have your 2026-2027 NHL prospect pool rankings, the top rookies prospects on every team. And before you came on, I actually just asked our listeners where they thought the Oilers might end up on this ranking list, and pretty accurate. Like a lot of people, one had them 34th, which obviously not possible, more of a tongue-in-cheek type comment. But when you look at the Oilers and their prospects, your notable ones here, Ike Howard, Sammy Johnson, and Connor Unger. We know Unger. People last year wanted to see him in the NHL. There's some really excitement out there just to see what he could do. Ike Howard obviously spent the majority of the season down with the Condors, but when you look at this Oilers team, what stands out good and bad?
Good. Not a lot. I think you're kind of hoping the guy like Howard becomes true going forward in the NHL. I'm not sure my top 75 prospect rankings, and he was the first player I thought he was number 76. He didn't make it. I think part of it is concern that Mace is a guy that's going, maybe he's just going to be a call-up guy, and maybe it's slogging a little bit in your third line, but that's not kind of what we're hoping for out of him. I think we could certainly trade for him. He got step into the NHL quicker than Sam O'Reilly, and he did that, but wasn't very successful. He's very good in AHL. Not he plays enough pace or enough of an all-around game to be a top 6 player in the NHL, and that's where he needs to provide them. Or needs to thrive. I think there's concern about that, and if he's not the answer, I don't think there's any guy up front that's really the 2 there's some scoring part of the system. That being said, though, one thing I do like, though, is they've got some decent goaltenders, where you got Johnson, you got Unger, and those guys both are solid goalies. Where are they starter material? I don't think so, but I think both of them are going to be options. And maybe like Casey.
We're going to get Tim on a different line here. That's just going to give us a call back there. Just kind of in and out a little too much there. But yeah, you can check out the article, dailyfaceoff.com. That's kind of right along the top here. And not a big surprise. I think that you have to realize that when you're building a prospect pool, a lot of guys get moved out when it comes to the trade deadline, right? You're trading away your first round picks that the Oilers have done in the last couple of years here. So the prospect pool won't be as deep. I'm trying to look here kind of like the top 5 teams here. And you're not having too many teams with incredible success as of late. I guess, the Utah Mammoth Steven has at 5. And that's pretty encouraging because they are starting to head up the standings here as well. I just want to quickly also hear that some news just coming out from the Edmonton Oilers. It looks like Matthias Janmark, Matt Savoy, and Alec Regula for the Edmonton not expected to participate in training camp next month. They're recording from some off-season injuries. So there's just a quick note to drop in there. But Stephen, welcome back to the show. Sorry, lost the connection was just a little bit fuzzy. When you look at the teams maybe in the top 5 here, and they make sense because the teams that have been struggling and outside the playoffs. But I kind of like seeing the Utah Mammoth there because that's a team I'm high on. It's a very tough division, but you got a few guys there. TJ Ginla, who really stands up. Sebastian Costa, who'll be familiar with a lot of Oil Kings fans. They're starting to go for a long time. How long before these guys you think get into the NHL and starts making an impact?
I think when you look at the Mammoth, I think it's exciting because they've got a good young core. They've got guys like Dylan Gunther, that are really good the last couple of years. When you're looking at a guy like TJ Ginla, who I think is going to fight his way into that lineup this year, and I think he's a top 5 prospect in the NHL already. Yeah, I think this is a guy that watch what he was able to do the NHL this season. Just skill. By the time he was an MVP contender despite missing a chunk of the season. And he was a guy that who's definitely making that rush towards the NHL lineup. I know he got hurt at the World Junior Summer Showcase, but if he's fully healthy and ready to go, this is a guy that I think would be really productive in the AHL right away and earn some time in the NHL. We know that Semashev and, those guys had some opportunities last year and looked good. And then Sebastian Cossa. The thing about them is I know he struggled a little bit in the second half of that AHL season. I know he finished the season with 8 losses, but I think like after January 1st, I think almost all of his losses came that second half. And he wasn't starting to go in the playoffs. But at his best, he was one of the best goalies in the NHL and had really good analytics. So I think he's going to give Utah something really exciting in the net there. And if it's not him, it's not the answer. Well, they've got Michael Rabel coming up the system already. So a very strong pipeline. Really fun to see kind of what they've been able to do because it's kind of interesting. I feel like they drafted really well in recent years, more so than the Coyotes were doing, and yet they made the playoffs this past year. And I still feel like they drafted quite well. We're just like that. So I like where this group's going. It's going to be a fun group, and I think it's going to be that's going to be the playoffs the first year. They're going to continue to do it, and this young core is going to be a big part of that for 10 years.
We're taking a look at the NHL prospect goal rankings with Steven House from Daily Faceoff. Check out that article at dailyfaceoff.com. Another team I'm really intrigued by this season, and I thought, what they did this offseason was either in an effort to bring back their veteran captain, Alexander Ovechkin, or set up the teams for the future if he's not going to return. Obviously, he decided to bring him back for at least one more year, but you've got the Capitals at number 7. Who do you think can help them win this year from the prospect pool?
Well, if we look at Ilya Protas, he could be a top 6 player immediately, and he be like 6'5" or whatever his actual size is. And he's been so much fun to watch. He went to the OHL and he put up over 100 points. That's good, but can he do it himself? Put up some points in the NHL, and he impressed in the NHL. So this is a guy that already looks ready to play a big role for the Capitals. They've got a lot of weight depth, which was something that 2 years ago they were struggling with that. I think he's going to be very important for this team going forward. Similar to his other ones, I don't think he's that much or as strong of a skater. We're still talking about maybe still one of the most skilled smaller defensemen in the NHL. He will definitely be in that Calder race. I wonder where he's going to fit in. We know that he's been very good at the WHL. He was outstanding in the AHL last year. He just needs an opportunity himself. Not really a skater, does struggle defensively. I think those are concerns at the next level. But you look at his numbers and WHL. This time to produce. He'll totally different animal, but I think with the right standard to kind of take a load off of him, he can be a top 6 player as well. So a lot going on with the Capitals. Where a couple years ago they had one pipeline, so they built one where so a lot of time.
Steve, just before we let you go here, is there any team that has a big group of prospects at a position where you think, rather than wait for these guys to develop and get onto the team, they might trade them away? Like, a team with maybe too much depth on defense that look in the prospect pool. And maybe some moves could happen with him.
I think one that would be interesting to see is like what the Washington teams, what their long-term situation here. They got a lot of good goalies in the system. That's something that Detroit also still had even after trading Cossa. I think that they could maybe dangle. Hey, Michael Paddle, really good season this year in the NHL. Probably going to lose the AHL starting date. Might be able to be a starter somewhere else. Let's give him. Let's trade him and see if we can bring in some help. None of the Montreal Canadiens, where this is in the playoffs. They almost made the final, and they still have a very competitive prospect pool. I think there's a lot of centers they can look to trade there. Maybe some back. I'm not sure what type of role you'll be able to have for a long term. There's a lot of pieces there. Does David Reinbacher, does he need a fresh start? I know some around the Canadiens think he's still one of the best prospects in the system, and he could be a big difference maker, but he's a hard guy to fill. Right? If you trade away a big right-handed defenseman with his mobility, you're not going to find another guy like that easily. That being said, is he going to be the right fit for Montreal? I don't know at this point. He's had kind of a long development, but those are the teams I'm looking at there. They've got some interesting position. LA in particular, you never seem to know, are they in? Are they serious? What's the deal there? Their pipeline's not that great. Could they trade some of the actual prospects they have to bring into immediate help and just focus on the now instead of the future? I think that'd be interesting, but yeah, Montreal's probably the one that makes the most sense to make some trades.
Awesome. So, thanks a lot for doing this today. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much.
There you go. Steven Allison. Daily Faceoff. I'm talking prospect pool rankings. Go check it out. dailyfaceoff.com. Just as we were getting into that discussion, there was some news from the Edmonton Oilers. I'll just read it statement that they released was an announcement that Ford Matisse, Janmark, and Matt Savoy, along with in training camp next month. Both Janmark and Regula continue to recover from medical procedures performed last season and shortly after the season concluded, respectively, while Matt Savoy and rehabilitating injuries which occurred during off-season training sessions. Updates will be provided when appropriate. So we've got Janmark and Regula recovering from last season, while Anderson and Savoy had something pop up during the off-season, not expected to participate in training camp next month. Not a surprise for, I'd say, Janmark and Regula. We knew about that one. Freddie Anderson, that's a little disappointing, but a guy who's a vet, if it's going to happen to anyone, you don't want it to be a young player. So that one doesn't concern me as much. Obviously, Tristan Jarry, a chance to step up. That is tough news for Matt Savoy. But the way he started to kind of get things in the second half of the season last year, I thought his game really improved. You'd love to see him out there once again. Maybe a little bit of a slow play here for him getting back to the regular season. But just a little update for the Edmonton Oilers. We'll take a break here. When we come back, we're going to learn. Well, I am. You guys might not. We're going to talk a little cricket with Mick Ozzie of Edmonton Cricket TV here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Albertans love to debate the best way to enjoy summer sports.
No. Playing on the field is the best, man.
No way. Watching from the sidelines, way more relaxing.
You're both crazy. Checking out the game from the bro zone is where it's at.
But there's one thing every sports fan agrees on.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky.
Wherever you catch the action, load up on Alberta's best beef jerky.
Wilhauk Beef Jerky, because you can't have summer fun with salad. Only available in Leduc.
Crispy, caramelized edges, a pillowy, airy center. Meet the new Papa John's Pan Pizza. Made with Parmesan and Romano cheeses, Papa John's special garlic sauce, and Italian seasoning, all baked directly into the bottom of the crust for a signature golden finish and crispy, savory crunch. Grab a medium pan pizza for just $16.99 today at your local Papa John's. Order now in the app or at papajohns.ca. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Car shopping sucks. That's right. Going back and forth 100 times just to get a price. Give me your credit card for a test drive. What's all these extra fees? That sounds ridiculous. At Northgate, we do things a little differently. Good deals on new, pre-owned vehicles, good people, and a great selection. And don't forget about our employee pricing. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country. Mr. Rooter cries like a little tiny baby child.
Hey, Mr. Rooter, you've got a package from Mrs. Rooter.
Aw, the card says, "Thank you for our unbreakable bond. You're the pro press fitting to my copper pipe."
Ooh, what's in the package, Mr. Rooter?
Let's see. It's a Plumbus 2000 spud wrench. She knew I'd never buy one for myself.
Just like tears. It's flowing or it's free with Mr. Rooter.
I love that woman.
For all your welding supplies, think AWS Welding. Located in Nisku, their readily stocked storefront carries a wide variety of welding glasses, cylinder rentals, plus welding rod, wire, and consumables. Same-day delivery is always available. And if they don't have it, AWS Welding will find it for you fast. Visit their online store today at awswelding.ca or give them a call or text at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. They make it happen.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Cantork has always been a forward-thinking company, but now that we've turned 25, I can't help but take a minute to take a look back. Thank you to everyone that's been with us along the way.
Photographers, start your cameras. Vision Credit Union's annual photo contest is back. We're asking you to show us the people, places, and moments that made you glad you chose this rural life. Maybe it's the view from your farm, a walk down Main Street, neighbors pitching in, a weekend at the rodeo, or a sunset down a back road. Share your photo to show why life in rural Alberta is a choice worth celebrating. Enter and vote at whatsyourshare.ca.
Ah, barbecue season. Nothing like a great steak. Which reminds me, Metal Supermarkets has even created custom grill tops for rusted old barbecues. Just one of the many special requests they've received over the years. You'll be amazed what their skilled crew can do. Barbecue grills to grills for classic cars. Sky's the limit. Speaking of sky, that's a lot of smoke up there. And uh-oh, fire in the hole. My steak. So long, sirloin. Metal Supermarkets, the local convenience stores for Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Sherbrooke Liquor, the best place for wine, cocktails, and beers from all over the world, plus a variety of excellent non-alcoholic options. See more at SherbrookeLiquor.com.
The Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
It's 2:44. Welcome back to the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. The show brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight's Lotto 649 Gold Ball Jackpot, $18 million. You can get it at PlayAlberta.ca. Also check out the Jason Gregor Show special. Boosted as usual. We'll get to those in a minute here, let you know what's going on. But right now, I'm going to get into something that I know very little about. And, last week, we had a couple members of the Edmonton Elks cheer team on. Another thing I'm very unfamiliar with, but got a chance to learn a little bit about what goes in for them day to day. Today we're going to do the Cricket Report, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, home of the no payments, no interest for 1 year on your furnace or AC. Bundle them together and save more at legacyheating.ca as we bring in from Edmonton Cricket TV, Mick Ozzie. Mick, good afternoon. How you doing today?
Yeah, thanks, Connor. I really appreciate the chance to talk about the great game of cricket, probably the second or third most popular game in the world.
Yeah, and it's something, you can see around town, and we'll get into that a little bit later here on the show. But for those of us who don't know, there's different varieties of cricket. If you had to kind of dumb it down, simplify it for someone like me, and Michael Scott, explain it to me like I'm 5, what's a quick rundown of how we play cricket?
All right, well, the red ball cricket is 5 days it can go for, so up to 6 hours a day, and that's traditional. I love it. And then there's the 50-over format, and they have the World Cup, and Australia and India are probably the best 2 teams at that. And then there's the 20-over format called T20, very popular, called the IPL, India Premier League. They make millions each player in about a 7-week period. And Alberta just last Friday won the T20 Cricket Canada National Championship out there in Toronto as massive underdogs. Ontario and BC.
Well, looks like we might have lost Mick here. I was just intrigued because I did hear about this big performance by Alberta at the event. We're going to just pass along the number 2 Declan so we can get him a phone call here. Oh, slide my phone over. Deck, it's at the bottom there. And it's an event if you drive around town. You might see random people playing. I know the sport in our country is growing. As he mentioned, it was the T20, and Canada found a way to overcome Alberta, a little adversity, beating BC and Ontario, which was the big ones there. Like, they're kind of the stronger teams in the sport in our country. And I went there, had a really good run. I tried to follow along with it as best as possible. And yeah, it's a really cool story. We'll get Nick back on to explain it more so than I can. But something I think it's cool to talk about. Also, we're in the dog days right now. And not as much happening. So why not learn a little bit more about it? I think we're going to try to get him back on video here. Yeah, probably not. Probably going to have to be on phone. And then have a Tariq was actually the MVP of the event. So Alberta showing just a few days ago here at the championship. I think we got Mick on phone. Mick, we got you back on here?
Yeah, the spam phone call came through. I didn't know. Oh, can you believe that? The spam phone call was going to block me, so I don't know what I was meant to turn off. So.
Those spam calls are the absolute worst. Okay, so you were just kind of talking about the differences, and we were talking about, as you were mentioning just before you went away here, how pretty impressive upset from the Albertan team at the Canadian National Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. If you could have bet on, and you probably could have in India, BC and Ontario to make the final was probably like minus 800 or maybe even minus 1,000. So Alberta, if we come third, I would have been happy because there's been so much rain here. Some of the best players haven't been able to play on a Sunday when we get so much rain. But we did really well. We went 4-0. And we beat Ontario to finish top of the ladder in Group A, which meant we played Manitoba in the semi-final, and then we beat BC in the final. So massive, massive upset. Congratulations to everyone involved.
So we had the best bowler from Team Alberta. The best batter, Hamza Tariq, I believe, was the MVP as well. So when I assume you play the game a few times. We see how different it is, and there's a similarity with baseball, but obviously it's bouncing off the ground and stuff. Just how tough is it to really get a hold of that skill set?
Oh, absolutely. And the different conditions around the world, like in England or in Sydney, the ball will swing, and that's why you see them rubbing one side of the ball so it passes through the air quicker on one side and it will swing. Then Australia has really hard wickets, which are good to bat on. But Hamza Tariq was the captain, and he's a fantastic wicket keeper. Played a few games for Canada for a while ago, and he was average form with the batting. But then in the game against Ontario, he absolutely killed it. Made 88, and then in the final 105. So he was an absolute superstar. And a guy from here, Sanmi, he was his runner. He was also the opening batsman. Played fantastic. Another lad from here, Warren Campbell, great bowler and batter. So we had two of the best four from Edmonton, and 10 of the 14 were from Edmonton.
Other four coming down from Calgary. So a good mix there. Of course, Edmonton getting the job done. So when you look at the amount of players on a team, how much does it vary throughout the different levels of cricket?
Well, we always have 11 on the team, and a 12th man, and you basically have 6 batters, a wicket keeper, and then the bowlers. But you want, in this T20, you want bowlers that can also bat like Warren Campbell or Warden Hutt, another lad from here. So you've got to mix these batters and bowlers up in the T20 format because it's quick pace. You've got to try and hit a run off nearly every ball, not quite, but you go for your 4s and your 6 runs and really try and get the score up. In the final, we went against Aaron Johnson, who's one of Canada's best players. So to win, that was absolutely, like I said, a massive, massive win. Fantastic for Alberta.
So we're talking a little bit about the Cricket Canada National Championship here with Mick Ozzie here on the Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in for Jason. The event was in Toronto a few days ago, all wrapped up. Going into it, you talk about just kind of the more powerhouse provinces with Ontario and British Columbia. Have you noticed growth in Alberta's game the last few years?
We have, but there's so much more potential because how many people in Edmonton, mostly from, say, Punjab in India, some from Gujarat as well, there's probably 100,000 maybe here in Edmonton of Indian descent or immigrants. So we could have 20 fields and fill them up. We've got 7 fields right now. And the best place to go and watch is down at Victoria Park as you drive into the golf driving range. It's just beautiful down there on a nice day. They sit in the shade. So I encourage anyone to go there every night of the week and all day Saturday and Sunday. Victoria Park's the best place to watch.
And if you look internationally, how's Canada ranked among the top in the world?
Well, we made the World Cup of the 20 over cricket a few months ago. There's a bit of controversy. But I'm here to stay positive. So we're like in the second tier. The top teams are Australia, India, Pakistan, New Zealand, England, South Africa, West Indies, and then there's the second tier. So recently we went over to Scotland and played against Scotland and UAE. So that's some of the teams in like the second tier. But the ICC, the governing body, they pour millions of dollars into Canada and these second division teams to boost it worldwide.
What was the controversy, if you're willing to get into it?
Oh, yeah, okay. CBC Sister State did a big story on it, the match fixing and a bit of trouble out there in BC. So some of the cricket Canada bosses, they need to pull their head in and get a bit more honest. But yeah, it's a bit of a sad story, and ICC's currently sorting it out. So they've changed some bosses, and that's part of my job at Edmonton Cricket TV, is to be 90% positive, but call out the bosses when they need to be, and that's what I've been doing.
So what's coming up with Edmonton Cricket TV in the next little while here? What are you guys going to be showing?
Oh, look, I film live. I do a lot of one-on-one interviews, and lately I've been doing a lot of report writing as well. So we've changed over the years. We did a proper full TV type show on YouTube for the first couple of years, and maybe interviewing the star players, filming a bit of live on Facebook, and report writing.
Awesome. Well, hey, Mick, thanks so much for doing this today. I hope you'll see that on another Elks Watch Party soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dan, I spent calls out there. Oh, well, thank you, man. Thanks for having me on. It's a great game.
Great, glad to have you. And talk about something we don't often get to here on the Jason Gregor Show. And I mean, I've never played. Like you said, I've driven past people playing, and I think I should pull over and watch. I have no idea what's going on. But, you know, you get probably pick it up pretty quickly. As sports fans, we could probably do that. Dak, you ever played any cricket in your time?
I've not.
No? Any interest?
Yeah, cool sport. Because I don't know how much Mick got into this at the beginning. We were shuffling around back here, but like the difference in what is it? It's like 3-day. I'm sure he just talked about all of this.
So maybe 5 days. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like that is an insane. 'Cause the shorter one seems pretty cool. Seems like something I could get into. And I think not that I would ever have any reason to go to this or anything, but like one of those big cricket matches between India and Pakistan, that feels like a must-see sports event.
Yeah. He mentioned that for sure. And then like these different variations of the game make it a little bit quicker. It's kind of like when we got into rugby sevens, hey?
Yes.
Like North America's like, oh, this is kind of cool, actually. This speeds things up and makes it a little bit faster on a smaller field. And maybe that's just what we're used to, but it's definitely certainly cool. And big thank you to Mick. He just kind of reached out, said, hey, this happened. Alberta kind of shocked people in the Canadian cricket community, and good on them. Showing up, taking down Ontario and BC. Always like to see that. A team consisting of 10 Edmontonians and 4 from Calgary. We'll take a break here. When we come back, we'll get to more of your text, 1-833-401-1440. The question we were talking about earlier on in the show, when it comes to franchises that have one standalone GOAT, who stands out? Think, Wayne Gretzky with the Oilers, Michael Jordan with the Chicago Bulls, LeBron with the Cavs, Brady with the Patriots. Because it is interesting, because this whole thing started talking about Kyle Lowry, and Declan kind of brought it up. Like, is he the standalone GOAT? Do you think it is Kawhi Leonard for 1 year, 1 championship? Some people go Vince Carter. Some people say Chris Bosh. It's an interesting discussion. I'll keep those rolling in. 1-833-401-1440. Right now, though, we'll get to a sports 1440 update with Declan Kruger, brought to you by Go Auto. Shop over 17,000 vehicles at goauto.ca with 31 new vehicle brands and 73 locations to choose from. Find your car at goauto.ca.
This is a sports 1440 update.
Final today in the MLB so far. The Rays over the Tigers 3-0. Currently, Padres lead the Pirates 1-0 in the top of the 4th. Phillies up big on the Mariners 6-0 in the top of the 3rd. Angels lead the Guardians 3-0 at the same mark, and the Reds and Giants tied 2-2 in the top of the 4th. Blue Jays will be in action at 5:07, playing host to the Kansas City Royals. Miles on the bump in that one. WNBA action, we'll see the Valkyries and the Sun at 5 o'clock, as well as the Tempo and Storm at 8 in the Little League World Series. Curacao over Nicaragua 12-3 earlier today. Currently, Nevada leading Iowa 9-0. Alabama and Ohio at 5 o'clock. And Canada will play Japan at 3. I'm Declan Kruger. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Tap into the fun of Play Alberta's most popular casino games. From the fast-paced spins of Cash Eruption to the retro thrills of Sevens Wild, online excitement is always at your fingertips. Spin through your choice of popular slots or discover Alberta-exclusive games you won't find anywhere else. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
The Chicken Parmy Burger, McExtreme pulled pork, garlic and black pepper chicken McNuggets, cheesy bacon McFlavor fries, and the Stroop Waffle McFlurry. You've scrolled them, you've screenshotted them, you've never been able to order them until now. This is the McDonald's World Menu Heist. The most wanted menu items taken from around the world, now in Canada. Get them while you can. For a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
You see it? Fusion Promo Marketing can make it. Fusion makes high-quality, memorable promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. From vision to reality, get noticed and remembered. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
They're going all out to earn your business at Wolf GMC Buick. Right now, they're seriously overstocked on over 400 pieces of inventory on clearance and ready to move. See for yourself. Click on the clearance tab at wolfgmcbuick.com. And it gets even better. Employee pricing continues with huge cash discounts, 0% purchase financing, and low lease rates on select vehicles. Once again, see their website for details or stop in today. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
At GS Construction, we won't quit until we find a way to get the job done. And the right person makes all the difference. We're looking for our next superintendent, an experienced leader ready to take on the role. Because while GS Construction is building the water, sewage, and drainage systems Edmonton communities rely on, the superintendent is building up the team. If you know how to keep a job site safe, productive, and moving, we want to hear from you. Visit gsconstruction.ca/careers today.
Get ready for a night of rock with the Gene Simmons Band. Monday, November 30th at Silent Ice Center in Nisku. The Gene Simmons Band, performing your favorite classic hits. Monday, November 30th at Silent Ice Center in Nisku. Tickets on sale now at silenticecenter.com. Don't miss the Gene Simmons Band.
Hey there, it's Brandon Douglas from Sports 1440. I was tired of slow, unreliable internet connections, so I signed up for Starlink. It's fast, reliable even in bad weather, and has made streaming for movie nights and online gaming so much better. The summer doesn't mean a break from watching sports, and I've been streaming all the games seamlessly when at the family farm, despite the remote location. If you're ready for a better internet experience, you can order online in 2 minutes at starlink.com/radio or call 1-888-GO-STARLINK.
Feeling overwhelmed by debt? Concerned about what the next few weeks or months will bring for your finances? My name is Parveen Middleton. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. You don't have to navigate this alone. Together, we can review your options and build a personalized plan to reduce your payments and get you out of debt, so you can breathe again. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to book your free consultation and discover your debt-free future.
You know, a lot of girls be thinking.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows. Locally manufactured and installed, Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all your residential needs. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
The Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by playalberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Thank you guys for joining us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley, Declan Kruger, Mackenzie McLennan, and Connor Spivak with you here in the Sports 1440 studios. The show brought to you by playalberta.ca tonight. On top of the Lotto 649 Gold Ball Jackpot, we got the Jason Gregor Show specials. You head over to the sports section, you click Gregor Show, and right there, we've got Deck Selects, WNBA. We're going to take the Connecticut to cover the spread. 14 points, the Connecticut Sun, and the Toronto Raptors to cover the spread, 7 points. We've also got the Blue Jay way. How about a Okamoto home run combined with the Jays to win money line? Could be a potential nice little payday there. And the Wednesday night parlay, Dodgers, White Sox, and Twins, all to win. All these bets boosted at playalberta.ca. Remember to use your game sense. Lots to get to still on the show. Justin Dunk will be by from 3downnation.com. The Edmonton Elks on a bye week. About as good as it could have been for them. You know, obviously they went through the toughest part of their schedule, getting the Als and Rough Riders back to back. Tough 3-game stretch, but come back, couple wins at home, keeping people happy. And now you're bye week before we've got Calgary for 2 consecutive games. Taking the time off. We'll talk to Justin about what he sees in the Western Conference in the CFL, West Division, and the East as well. Now, what's going on with Ottawa? We'll talk to Jason Strudwick, former NHLer, maybe a little bit about these off-season injuries for the Oilers. We'll do the same with Speck and Chuck. We got the roundtable stats of the day. In case you missed the news, we talked about it just a few minutes ago. The Edmonton Oilers releasing a statement just announcing, and I'll do it on 2 separate levels here, that Matthias Janmark and Matt Savoy. So, sorry, let's go Janmark and Regula, both recovering from off-season procedures that they had. That's not a big surprise. We kind of knew about that with Matthias Janmark. Matt Savoy and Frederick Anderson rehabilitating injuries which occurred during the off-season. So, as we mentioned, like with Janmark, a vet, we'll see what it is. I think for Regula, this would have been really good time to impress a new coaching staff. So for him, a little bit tough to potentially miss training camp next month. Same sort of thing with Freddie Anderson and Matt Savoy. Frederick Anderson, been in the NHL for a long time. You know what you're going to get with him. This one doesn't concern me at all, as long as he's healthy and ready to go. I kind of think it's good. It opens up an opportunity for Levi and Tristan Jarry to get a few more looks. Maybe some of the other Oilers in camp and in the system. For Savoy, not great. Now, you know, you see the online reports. Oh, I saw him out and about looking okay. That could be very well true. But, you know, walking around is not playing NHL hockey. So not the best news, not the best start, but I don't think this is anything overly shocking and is kind of something you'll see from a lot of teams around the NHL. These injuries are just going to pop up, sort of the way it goes. But there's a post up on all our social media platforms if you want to go check it out. You can read it entirely. A couple of texts rolling in here to 1-833-401-1440. Dean says, my cousin and I used to switch it up from road hockey to road cricket back in the day. Use a tennis ball, a couple 2x4s to knock things over. The goalie stick was the paddle. It's quite fun. Yeah, it's not a game that I ever really got a chance to get into. Like even in phys ed, you'd kind of go do some lesser done things, you know? Heck, we went out, we did curling, went out to the driving range, you know, not typical things you would do in gym, but we never went out and played cricket. Maybe that's something we should have in there because it's a good time, I would assume. We also were talking about some of the growths of their sport, and Chris Bosch can't be the go to the Raptors from Steve, and not after Shaq called him the RuPaul of big men. Well, I don't really necessarily understand the reference, Steve, but I wouldn't say that anyways. I would probably, and it's not that I didn't like Chris Bosch. Thought he was a fine player, but like to me, it's Kyle Lowry. I'd have Vince Carter in there, despite how it ended, and I'd give Kawhi some love as well. Like he was here for, you know, played half a season, won a championship. He was incredible. Hit the biggest shot in Raptors franchise history against the 76ers. I don't know. Might be slanders to some, but I don't even think I have Chris Bosch in my top 3. Maybe 4 though. Then DeMar, then a few others might trickle in. I was a big fan of Morris Peterson as well. MTR has a couple. Marino with the Dolphins. Okay, like if you went back, who are the greatest Dolphins? It has to be Marino. If you go Manning with the Colts, has some great players. Dwight Freeney, Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison. But yeah, it's got to be Peyton. Breeze with the Saints. Yeah, I mean, hard to argue any of those. Larry Fitzgerald with the Cardinals. Yeah, we had talked about that one earlier. That's one I would agree with. That's my guy. You look around the NHL. Like, let's just go to our neighbors around the NHL. Winnipeg. Who's the greatest Winnipeg Jet of all time? Teemu Selanne was good. That great rookie year. Down in Calgary, I want to say Jerome McGinley, but would anyone argue like Theo Fleury or Lanny McDonald? Out in Vancouver, one of the Sedins. Take your pick. Maybe they get to have both, actually. The LA Kings, people I texted in Gretzky, Marcel Dion would be one that I think people might counter with. The Anaheim Ducks, Niedermeyer. You've also got Solani in Korea, Getzlaff, Corey Perry. So I don't know if that one would be undisputed. It's a good discussion. Philadelphia Flyers. Lindros had some really good years there, but they had, like, before my time, some really good players as well. So kind of a fun topic. If you've got any that stand out to you, heck, go into Europe. You can talk soccer as well if you have any. Lan says, this is why I didn't want Frederik Andersen. At least he is only just $1 million. To me, though, I don't think this one is something to get overly worked up about. And that being said, we don't necessarily know the severity of what the injury is. It's just that he could be missing training camp. This guy's been in the NHL for a long time. He's not necessarily, I think he's someone who's going to be ready to go when his name is called. But look at the flip side, like Tristan Jarry, new coach, chance to really show what you can do. And same thing for Devin Levi. There's only the 4 preseason games this year, so we know they're not going to be worked too hard in those situations. But you're right. It's a 1 year, $1 million deal. It's not the biggest thing, and you're just hoping that when you need some quality starts, Frederik Andersen can be the guy, and hopefully that injury isn't too serious. We just don't know exactly how bad it is. But a fair point, yeah. You want them healthy. It's definitely a pretty Captain Obvious type thing to say. You want to see them when they get out there. The Matt Savoy one, that's an interesting one because, as I mentioned, you go on social media, you're seeing people talk about, saw him walking around town, saw him here and there. He looked okay. We don't know what the severity might be for this injury, but a guy who played in 82 games last season for the Edmonton Oilers really came on down the stretch. The playoffs were tough for him. Only held to 1 assist in those 6 games. But that being said, we've seen this before. A lot of people were frustrated when Jordan Eberle got into the playoffs and didn't have the most productive one. He bounced back. He learned. He figured it out. The playoffs, we know, are a totally different animal. And, he's a player on the smaller side of things. So he'll figure it out. I do believe that one. The injury, hopefully not going to be out too long. The other ones, I think for Regula, it's probably the worst case situation because he's probably fighting for his spot in this lineup. If you go to Daily Faceoff, which we'll use that for the sake of argument here, Matthias Ekholm, Evan Bouchard, your top pairing. There you go. Jake Wallman, Connor Murphy, your second pairing. Ryan Shea, Shakir, Makhmadulin is your third pairing. That would leave, we'd think it would be Regula and Ty Emberson fighting for that maybe 7th spot. So to go down, maybe not the best situation for him. A year where maybe he could have made some hay. And, some people looked at him as like a dark horse player who could get onto that roster and do his thing. Now we have to wait and see. Matthias Janmark, he would be another one. This was probably expected for the team coming back from injury. He's another one, though. We don't know what his spot would be in the lineup. Would it be that 13th forward that we had previously talked about being potentially a PTO? But you know what he is. Assuming he can get back to full health, I think everybody has a pretty good grasp on what Matthias Janmark is and what he brings to this Oilers team. Steven St. Albert says Vancouver, you got to go with Trevor Linden. Yeah, that'd be fair. Winnipeg, Dale Howardchuk. Yeah, he was a heck of a player for sure. Now, which teams, if you went out like to the original 6 teams, I think that's where it'd get very murky. I mean, it'd be tough to have one player that totally stands out above the rest. If you went to, say, Boston, Chicago, I think would be an interesting one because you have the rich history with that team, but you've also got that bounce back or, the next generation with Patrick Kane and Taves, Keith, Seabrook, all those players that they had. Marian Hossa was very good when he got there. I think that one might be a little bit more difficult. Rangers in that same category. I got a text here, MTR, no more Pro Bowl games. Thank God. Is that something that must have just came down here? And I don't think that'll be missed by too many people. The Pro Bowl is something that's kind of dropped off, I think, by a lot of people's accounts. It's just, it is what it is. The players don't care about it. There's no real motivation, I think, for them to get worked up. Once they moved it away from Hawaii, I thought that was kind of the end of it. didn't hold the same prestige that it had before. So they've eliminated the Pro Bowl games. The focus will now shift to celebrating the honor of being a Pro Bowl selection. They tried. It was grasping at straws, trying to do the games that they're doing. Having them go out there and play dodgeball was just embarrassing. And it kind of became a joke because you'd have nobody wanting to go play in these games, or, you'd have a little bit of an injury and you just weren't going to go do it. The quarterbacks that became Pro Bowlers, Shedeur Sanders was there last year in his rookie season. He's not even starting this year for his club. It kind of became a joke when you looked at it. So I'm okay with this. It sucks because I do remember the good old days of the Pro Bowl meaning a little bit more and those guys out there and actually playing football. Sean Taylor hit on Brian Moorman will always be the one that stands out. Poor punter getting absolutely popped. But Declan, I don't think it would be too outrageous to say that I don't think too many people are going to be crying over this one.
Oh no, I honestly can't tell you the last time I watched the Pro Bowl.
It fell off big time.
Oh, dude, like when was the last time you got excited about the Pro Bowl?
Probably like 2007.
Right? Like, and even then you were probably half in.
Yeah.
And you just look at like Utah, like the depletion of the rosters and like the glorified touch game. Like, come on.
Yeah, like they were trying, and good on them for trying. They wanted to keep it around, make it something, but it just fell off so hard. Steven St. Albert, a couple more ones. Bobby Orr for Boston, Bobby Hull for Chicago. Okay. Bobby Orr's tough because the injuries got to him, right? Patty Kane has more points as a member of the Chicago Blackhawks. Not as many goals. Bobby Hull, dynamic goal scorer, over 600. Stan Mikita was also very good. This guy had 1,400 points and over 1,200 penalty minutes. 541 goals. Pretty impressive. The Boston Bruins, if you look at all-time stat, Ray Bourque leading the way. This guy was just under point per game for a defenseman. 1,518 games played, 1,506 points, had 1,111 assists. Johnny Busick second when it comes to points. Patrice Bergeron third. Had Phil Esposito. Pretty good group there. Bobby Orr, we know it's just injuries that, after 631 games, kind of ended his career, finished with 888. Well, those are good ones, though. Appreciate those texts rolling in here. Steve in St. Albert says, you guys are going to have to debate one full show to argue who is the best ever Oiler. I'm going to be a little more controversial, and it won't be waiting for me. For the Kings, it's Wayne Gretzky. For the Oilers, Connor McDavid. That would be one that I think a lot of people would disagree with. I would have to go Wayne, unless Connor can add a couple Stanley Cups to the resume. A lot of people weigh that in quite heavily when they talk about all-time greats. Now, if Connor McDavid continues his time in Edmonton, I think he'll catch Gretzky, no doubt. Wayne Gretzky's time in Edmonton, he had 1,669 points in 696 games, which is crazy. McDavid at 794. He's at, that's games played. Points, 1,220. So he's 449 points back. If he re-signs, he's getting that record. If not, it might be Leon Draisaitl tracking him down. He's at 1,053. So a little bit more ways to go. 613 points, I believe, if my math is correct here. But that's pretty incredible. Wayne Gretzky did it in unbelievable fashion. I like looking at Mark Messier's stat line with the Oilers. 1,000-point player, 1,000-point penalty minute guy. They don't make them like Mess anymore. The Oilers have had a few 1,000-point penalty players. Kevin McClellan, Kelly Buchberger, Kevin Lowe. Steve Smith gets in there along with Mark Messier. Dave Semenko just under at 981, doing it in a fewer amount of games. Steve Smith actually pretty incredible. Over 1,000 penalty minutes in 385 games. Semenko had 981 penalty minutes in 454 games. Connor, what about the Habs? Oh, man. Like, that's an incredible one. Patrick Waugh, Carey Price, Beliveau, Richard. Like, unbelievable group. Or Boston, no doubt. Come on, man. Yeah, I'm just throwing out some of these other names here. It's not going to be the same for everyone. Rage Texter B. Some people might take it in a different direction, but I would agree. Yes, I would have Bobby Orr there. Dave from Stoney says, how about Colorado? You've got Forsberg, Stakic, McKinnon. I mean, geez, Patrick Waugh, Cale Makar going to force his way into that conversation pretty soon, I think. They've had some really good players at the top there. Rockford has McDavid third behind Messier and Gretz. And that, like, I genuinely think there will be people that say Connor McDavid, when his time is done, the greatest Oiler. They'll believe that. They saw it. It's tough to compare eras, as we say so much here in sports talk radio. But for me, I mean, I got to go Gretz. He's number one for me. What he did, the amount of time he did it, the legacy that he left in our city. Gretzky's the best Oiler of all time. My opinion. I'll go McDavid second, and then I'll go Messier third. Lance says, in the most positive manners, let's shift the conversation to who is the unanimous worst player in franchise history. Is it Jack Campbell for the Oilers? I don't think so. I mean, you could probably have to set some parameters here, like played at least a certain amount of games. Rage Texter B says Yakupov for that one. Maybe the biggest bust in Oilers history. Derek follows up with Yakupov. Don't let Wanya hear this, but Nail Yakupov kind of taking a beating right now on the text line. Dave from Stoney says, how about the Penguins? I think that's a great one. And it probably depends which era you grew up watching them. Crosby, Lemieux going to be right there, but Malkin, Yager, Ron Francis, Paul Coffey, Flower. I think that's probably the ones people would be looking at. But that's a heck of a list. Nicky Northside says Messier's got to be number 2 for the Oilers. He won a cup without Gretzky. It's fair. 1, 2, 3 for me, obvious. I think you also have to factor in like that those teams were incredible, and I give a lot of emphasis on Connor McDavid and the individual statistics. You know, the individual awards as well. Team Dean. Worst team would be Swiss Miss Michael Reason. I don't know, man. I grew up watching the Oilers in the early 90s. There's some tough looks on that squad, unfortunately. We're going to take a quick break here. Maybe we'll throw this question out to Tyler Yaremchuk as he joins us next, of course, from Daily Face-Off Edmonton. It is the Jason Gregor Show, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Oodle Noodle Origins. In 1864, Francis Oodle took over his dying father's business as a leatherman. He was quite proficient, but his heart was never truly in the trade. After his father's death, Oodle met a cocksure young man named Vladimir Nudell, who was a trailblazer in the popular new art of food boxes. They formed a partnership and aimed to ply their trade in the New World. At Ellis Island, Nudell was renamed David Noodle, and henceforth, the franchise has been known as Oodle Noodle.
Yeah, it's me again. And if you're sidelined with a sports injury, you already know nothing's more frustrating than being told to just rest. At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we get athletes moving sooner with our zero-gravity treadmills. You can run, train, and rebuild strength with up to 80% less body weight, so your injury heals while your confidence comes roaring back. When your sports injury's yelling, whisper back. LeadingEdgePhysio.com, because life shouldn't hurt.
1 in 3 Canadians aren't getting enough sleep. Let the Brick help you sleep better for less. Save 40% on the Sealy Crown Jewel Resort mattress. Get cheap starting at just $49. And buy 1 pillow, get the second one for just $10. Plus, take up to 55 months to pay with no interest and no money down. And with next day delivery in Edmonton, you can start sleeping better right away. Some conditions apply. OAC. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
What's it like to store a win deal at Car West Leduc? Like freezing the cup in your hometown on your birthday. Feel it now at Car West Leduc. Experience a vast, uncompromising selection of top-quality used vehicles with no extra fees. Trucks, sedans, vans, SUVs, and more. backed by family-run service and top dealer ratings on Google. So when the final siren goes, you go home with a deal you'll never forget. Car West Leduc, 6514 Sparrow Drive Leduc, or at carwestautosales.com.
From the local rinks to homes and businesses across the province, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel life affordably, reliably, and safely. We're members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, providing natural gas to keep our rural neighborhoods warm and connected every day. It's local, available, and 8 hours. To learn more about the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and our members in the natural gas fuels community, visit fedgas.com. Alberta's energy, game on.
Portion of this hour, Papa John's. Try Papa John's new medium pan pizza with crispy Parmesan and Romano crust topped with Italian seasoning. Only $16.99 for a limited time. Only at papajohns.ca or on the Papa John's app.
Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, we got the Lotto 649 $18 million gold ball jackpot tonight. You can also check out the Jason Gregor Show specials, PlayAlberta.ca. Remember to use your game sense. Connor Halley, Duncan Kruger, Mackenzie McClendon with you here. The Sports 1440 studios, tuning into the Little League World Series. Canada and Japan after one scoreless. We'll try to keep you up to date on that one as well. We are going to get to Tyler Yaremchuk of Daily Faceoff Edmonton in just a second here. Now we're going to talk a few things because we were talking about kind of the goats of each team, and it almost sparked a debate here on the text line with the Oilers. Is it Wayne? Is it McDavid? Some people have Messier in that spot. So let's do it. Let's get to the Oil Report, brought to you by Go Auto. Shop over 17,000 vehicles at goauto.ca with 31 new vehicle brands and 73 locations to choose from. Find your car at goauto.ca. We bring in Tyler Yaremchuk from Daily Faceoff Edmonton. Ty, good afternoon. How's it going today?
I am doing good. I am also glued to the Little League World Series. I haven't watched this tournament in a number of years, but there's something about this team from Vancouver. They're scrappy.
Yeah, the win yesterday, taking advantage of the mistakes from South Korea, and I don't know about you, Ty. Like we love sports, we love the unpredictability in it. With these kids playing as good as they are, I think that's just the X factor for me. That they might just whiff on something or bad throw, and it can change everything. And yesterday we saw Canada take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, an error ends up, costing that was South Korea yesterday, but it is hilarious to watch these kids play because you're right. Runs are scoring on pass balls. The kids do that thing where they square up a bunt and just wave the bat all over the zone to try psych out the other pitcher. So it's funny that it hasn't, they dress them up in all the gear and all that, but there's still that real Little League spirit to it where what was the trick play that Korea tried yesterday where the guy on first base pretends to fall down so that they throw to first. And it's just I love that they haven't overcoached these kids that much or they go out and just do silly stuff like that.
Yeah, the bunting thing was hilarious, and the walk-up music, the nicknames, it's great for what it is, and we've got it on in the studio here. We'll continue to keep people up to date on what happens. Tyler, earlier on in this show, we just started talking about. It started with Kyle Lowry, and is he the greatest Raptor of all time, and is it is it argued? Would you have someone else in there? And then how other teams have those kinds of guys, like let's say Michael Jordan with the Bulls, like the clear number one player in the franchise. So we brought it back to Edmonton, and now the debate has begun because I would say it's mostly Wayne Gretzky is the greatest Oiler of all time. No argument from me personally, but we're starting to get McDavid thrown in there as well, saying, look at the individual accolades. He hasn't had the cast that Gretzky had. And some people countering saying McDavid's not even two. Messier's above him. So when you're looking at the goats of the goats, the all-time greats for the Edmonton Oilers, how would your top three look?
I think it's pretty clearly Wayne, Connor, Mess. McDavid already has more points than Messier in an Oilers sweater in his career. That total's only going to go up. If I wanted to try make an argument to, put Connor at one,
maybe I'd sit here and say, if we use the term influential, like what did Connor McDavid mean to this franchise getting out of the decade of darkness? If they never get McDavid, what does the franchise look like right now? But then I'd spin that the other way and kind of go, hey, if they never had Gretzky and they never got the glory years of the 80s, granted, I wasn't alive for all this, but I've read the stories and the history. Like, if the Oilers don't have all of that success behind them, do they go the way of the Winnipeg Jets at some point in the 90s? Because people kind of forget that's not a far-fetched thing to say, right? So I think because of that, because of Wayne Gretzky kind of, being the guy who laid the foundation as Edmonton being a historical hockey town with all those Stanley Cups, like he's got to be number one for me. Connor at 2, just because, he might be the most skilled individual player we've ever seen play. And I have no problem with Messier at 3. If there's a path to Connor eventually getting past Wayne, it's, I'm doing rough math here, but he's 449 points behind Gretzky for most points all time in an Oilers jersey. If he does that and he wins 2 Stanley Cups, you adjust for era a little bit with the points. That gets pretty impressive. 2 Stanley Cups in this era, pretty impressive. I think that's the path to Connor eventually being number 1, but obviously we've got a long ways to go before that could happen.
Yeah, 100%. I was saying he's got to sign that next contract, win a cup or 2, and then all of a sudden, I think the conversation gets very real. We did get some Oilers news today. I'm sure you saw it. Matthias Janmark, Matt Savoy, Alec Regula, and Freddie Anderson not expected to participate in camp next month. I think the Janmark news, probably not surprising for Oilers fans. I think Savoy pops up. That's of interest. Freddie Anderson as well. I feel bad for Alec Regula right now because I feel like this is a guy who, had a chance with the new coaching staff to really, show off what he's got, and to miss training camp. I think that's a huge loss for him.
Yeah, I mean, this also, like, I always think it's funny in the offseason when we'll sit here and talk about line combinations. And, I threw out the idea last week of, hey, do you go and PTO a guy like a Luke Glendening or a Curtis Lazar to give yourself a little bit of depth? And I had people screaming at me, you're blocking Josh Szymanski, play the kids, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but you're not, like, if you look at the centers on the depth chart right now and go McDavid, Draisaitl, Dickinson, Szymanski, those aren't going to be the 4 all year. Someone's getting hurt. You need depth. Someone's getting sick for a couple of games. Like, you need depth. And it was the same conversation with the forward group. I talked about, go out and bring in a Vladimir Tarasenko if you can get him for 1 year, $3 million. Why not look at a guy like Michael Bunting? Why not go explore the trade market and see if Pittsburgh has a Ricard Raquel or a Brian Rust that they're willing to trade you? And it was the same thing. People kind of sat there and went, oh, no, you got to give those minutes to Eichhardt. And it's like, hey, you can have kids around and also have a fallback plan in case they don't work. You can have depth because guys get hurt. And this Oilers forward group was arguably missing a piece in the top 6 before this news. And now you look at a guy like Matt Savoy not being there. Now you're looking at this top 6 kind of going like, who's going to help Connor and Leon score goals? And I don't know I'm being long-winded, but to get back to your point about the blue line, it was a similar thing where people looked and went, well, they have 9 defensemen because there's Muka Madulin and Emberson and Stasny and Regula. Let's trade one. Why? Like, keep the depth. I'm sure Stasny could be a guy you slide through waivers. Like, guys are going to get hurt as we see. So I don't know. I think sometimes people like scoff at the idea of depth because they think it's going to block young players or because they perfectly map out the lines in August and go, that's how the team's going to look next year. Never the case. We are still 2 weeks from training camp, and already the Oilers are going to be without 2 pretty impactful players and another 2 depth pieces.
Yeah, we did a little bit on that as well, talking about a PTO and a vet to bring into the lineup. And I saw that comment as well. You're blocking Szymanski, and we hope that it works out well for him. But what if it doesn't? I mean, how many times have we seen that where you hope that player takes that next step, they don't, but you don't have the depth there to make the adjustment, and then all of a sudden that player is just sinking. And instead of getting better, it gets worse, and it happens quickly. So I'm with you. I have no problem with having a little more depth at certain spots.
Yeah, and to add on to that point, like, this goes back over a decade, and I wrote about this at Oilers Nation or Daily Faceoff Edmonton. If you type in Oilers Nation, by the way, everybody, it still brings you to the website. But I wrote this. Remember Anton Lander over 10 years ago? He came and got a cup of coffee at the end of the season, and the next year we were running wild, being like, oh, a shutdown 2C. Is he going to be the 3C behind the kids? He got cut in training camp, had to go back to Bakersfield. Ryan McLeod was a similar story. He had a cup of coffee at the end of the year. We spent all offseason going, oh, Ryan McLeod, 2C, 3C next year? What are the possibilities? back to Bakersfield out of training camp. He ended up having to go, and with Lander, I said Bakersfield, I meant OKC, obviously. McLeod went back to Bakersfield, had to go play for, another month or so. And then I think it was some point in November, they recalled him. But like, he needed to go back down because coming out of camp, he wasn't good enough. So like, I get it that people want to point to Ike Howard and Josh Szymanski and these young guys and go, they're our guy. But then what if Josh Szymanski comes into camp and he's maybe a step not quite where you expected him to be, and you go, man, we'd love to get him another 6 weeks in Bakersfield or 4 weeks in Bakersfield. Oh, but we have no depth. So now we're forcing him in and hurting his development. Like, you don't just want to look at a young guy, cross your fingers and say, well, we're going to blindly trust that he's taken this next step. So they need more depth. Injuries are going to happen. They're going to keep happening. And I know Matt Savoy is going to come back at some point. I don't mean to talk like he's done for the year. He's obviously not. But when he's back, there might be another guy who gets hurt. So yeah, make some calls. Call the Tarasenkos and the Buntings of the world. See what it costs to get them in here. Because unlike other years, you have cap flexibility. You have north of $4 million right now of wiggle room. So you can't take it with you. Like, use it. You don't need to accrue that much. You don't need $20 million in cap space come trade deadline time. Like, with these injuries, Stan Bowman should be working the phones.
Tyler Gramschuck of Daily Faceoff Edmonton joining us here. And, you brought out Anton Lander there. Great poll. I remember after the 2017 playoffs, I feel like people had high hopes for Matt Benning, Drake Kajula, guys like that. Didn't really work out, right? So, yeah, it's never a bad idea. Now, with the injuries comes opportunity. So 2 forwards go down, a defenseman and a goalie. Who do you think can take advantage of this and get a few more looks at training camp?
I mean, this is the flashing light for Ike Howard, right? Like, who's going to be in the top 6 this year in terms of top 6 wingers? It's Hyman, Savoy, Podkolzin. Sorry, no longer Savoy. So you have Hyman, Podkolzin, their locks. No one else is locked. Kasperi Kapanen's a maybe. Nuge is a maybe. I suspect they might like him more, playing with Jason Dickinson like he did for stretches last year. So there's 2 maybes. There's really no other exciting young players who you look at and go, ooh, I wonder if they can steal a job out of camp. Like, this is not only a great spot for Ike Howard to maybe have a little bit more leash than he would have with Savoy in camp, but there's also some pressure now on Ike Howard because, man, if he's not ready to go out of camp and the Oilers don't bring in another piece, I really do worry about the scoring depth on this team, because then you have to move Nugent Hopkins up, and then it's okay, who can play with Jason Dickinson, who can, move the puck a little bit and stir things up offensively. So yeah, I think there's a ton of pressure on a guy like Ike Howard, and between the pipes, no Freddie Anderson to start the year. Tristan Jarry, this is your flashing green light to kind of say, hey, I have a lot of years of being a very above average goalie in this league. The last 12 months didn't go my way. I got hurt, all that. This first month of the season, let's call it, is Tristan Jarry's chance to, one, not lose the net to Devin Levi, but to prove to this team, like, I can be trusted to play 40 plus games. Like, I can be a $5 million plus goalie for you. So those are the 2 right out of the jump that it's like, it's not just like, ooh, it'd be nice to have them perform. I'm looking at Jarry and Howard and kind of being like, man, the Oilers are going to really need them in the first month of the season.
So outside of Ike Howard, and maybe Tristan Jarry wouldn't have been in that category, but I think Howard would have been, who are some players you're excited to see in camp?
Yeah, like Ike Howard is a really, really obvious one. I'm pretty excited about Colton Dock, if I'm being honest. I just think he's a guy, like, former first-round pick. The league's littered with players who just got to get out of that organization that drafted them. Maybe it just rattles them a little bit, perks them up, and is like, oh man, nothing's really given to me, the fact that I'm getting traded. So I do think he's got a little bit more offense in him than he's shown so far in his NHL career. And I've always joked that, like, Edmonton is the easiest market in the league to become a fan favorite. Like, fans are clamoring for Connor Clattenburg to make the team out of camp. And I don't think those people have watched a lot of Connor Clattenburg in Bakersfield, because you talk to people who have, and it's like, ooh, he can't really do anything but fight and hit. But this fan base loves him. And if you're Colton Dock, you should be sitting there and looking at how infatuated this fan base is with a guy like Clattenburg. And Colton Dock did these things. Like, he also is pretty highly regarded by those same fans. But if you're Colton Dock and you're like, man, if I go hit everything that moves, if I, maybe he worked on it, he can be a trusted penalty killer at some point, but like, hit everything that moves, skate really fast, throw pucks on net, be a pest. If he does that, then like, he's going to have a spot in this lineup under Mike Babcock for, I think, a really long time. So Doc is someone that excites me as well. And I'll give you one on the blue line just to kind of round out my answer. But I'm so intrigued by what Ryan Shea can be on this blue line. You look at last year, he finished 14th in the league in 5-on-5 points by a defenseman. Like, that kind of production, if the Oilers could add another really productive blue line piece, a guy who can get the puck to their best players, a guy who can make good plays and keep plays alive in the offensive zone, then this blue line all of a sudden starts to look really, really good. Like, how many teams would be able to sit there, if you count Shea, Ekholm, and Bouchard, who were all in the top 15 for 5-on-5 production last year by defensemen? How many other teams could sit there and say, hey, we have 3 of the 15 best 5-on-5 producing defensemen in the league? Like, that idea is, it kind of gets you smiling a little bit.
I just want to make this clear. Doug texted in, if you're going to wrap it up, make sure you put those names in there, who's specifically out. We did get that in the question originally, Doug, but the news was announced today that Matt Savoy, Matthias Sandmark, Alec Regula, and Freddie Anderson not expected to participate in training camp due to injuries. Some surprising, not quite as much. As Tyler Yaremchuk joins us from Daily Faceoff Edmonton. Ty, if we turn our direction to the Toronto Blue Jays, right now it's been well documented. The stretch of the season is, air quotes, easier. Opponents below 500, but so are the Blue Jays. Right now, 3 games back. The problem is they're getting the Kansas City Royals, who are red hot right now. They've won 9 in a row, including yesterday. How are we feeling right now about the Blue Jays?
I mean, you're kind of getting to a point where you can't lose back-to-back anymore, and you can't really afford to lose that many series. So, you don't want to get to a point where it's midway through September and you're going, oh boy, we better win 10 of our last 12, or we better rattle off 8 in a row if we want to get back into this. Like, you need to stay, especially with how many teams are in the race, you have to stay authentically in the fight. So tonight, bullpen day, granted, the Jays pretty good at that stuff. Yes, the Royals are red hot. You would hope that at some point their luck kind of runs out in this series, but keeping your eyes glued to the out-of-town scoreboard. The Guardians are losing right now. That has the potential to help. The Tigers lost earlier today. That certainly helps as well. It's the same old story. I mean, I've been coming on the show all year being like, Vladdy's got to start hitting. They need a clutch hit, don't they? Yesterday was embarrassing with runners in scoring position. And the other thing that drove me nuts about yesterday, and I'm sure, everyone's talked about it till they're blue in the face already, but like, if you're not going to get clutch hits, then you can't do dumb things like what Nathan Lucas did at the end of the game, trying to meaninglessly stretch a single into a double. Like, man, you don't matter. You're down by 2. You can be on first, second, third. The guy at the plate's got to score here. So that kind of drove me nuts when it's like, okay, even if you're not sharp at the plate or whatever, you got to be mentally sharp this time of year. You have to be dialed in. And that's just that, letting that game slip last night on a play like that and on a play like Vladdy mishandling the 2-strike bunt, like those ones kind of kill you. So I don't know. Lots of teams in the race. They got to start stringing things together, but there is a world where by the end of tonight, if Cleveland does lose and the Blue Jays can get a win, they're back to being 2 games out of a playoff spot. And that's a not terrible spot to be in, considering how poorly this season has gone.
100%. Those errors are just the worst times. They drive you crazy, and it's been a way too common occurrence with this Jays team. Tyler, I don't know if you saw this news coming down just a few minutes ago, maybe an hour ago. Hard to say for sure. But the NFL doing away with the Pro Bowl games. It's been a slow death for this. It probably hasn't been really relevant in 20 years. They've tried to do things to make it interesting, but instead now it's going to be 88 players who get the Pro Bowl designation. It's similar to the All-Pro now, where a few more players getting it, but they're not going to have alternates. So Shedeur Sanders can't put that on his resume going forward, that he was the 7th alternate. It's sad to see it go, but I think it just had to happen.
Yeah, I just think, especially in a sport like football, like we just move past the point for it. And especially when you have, like, I like how they said, and I think Schefter worded it that way in his tweet, like honoring the designation. Like, yeah, it should mean something. It's kind of similar to like, the NHL saying 2 goalies from every division have to be in the All-Star game. And then you have years where you're like, why was that guy an all-star? Like, focus on the designation meaning something. Otherwise, it just becomes too watered down. Like, yeah, you nailed it with the Shedeur Sanders one. Like, the fact he could sit there and say, well, I'm a Pro Bowl quarterback. And on his resume in his career, it's like, yeah, I went to a Pro Bowl. Like, it just means that it means less for the guys who actually deserve it. So happy they're going away with the game. Am I in favor of other sports doing it? I think the other sports, just football being such a violent game, like it's hard at the end of a long, grueling season to be like, come on, guys, strap on the pads and give us a meaningful game of football. Like, it's just, that's not really, and especially because they don't do it in the middle of the season. Like, I don't know. I think the NHL's game and the way they have it is actually a fine system. I think the NBA has its flaws, but it's fine because, you know, it's still kind of just a skills competition to watch those guys in the All-Star game play no defense. I think baseball is largely still fine as well. They've found some ways to kind of make it fun again. So yeah, I'm happy it's gone in the NFL, but I definitely don't see this like becoming a trend with the other leagues.
Yeah, I totally agree. Tough to do it in a contact sport, but I give them credit for doing this. I give the NHL credit for doing what they're trying to do. The NBA is always modifying it, and Major League Baseball, you can do it. It works pretty good with baseball. Ty, what's coming up with DFO Edmonton?
Tomorrow I'm going to be joined by Curtis Hamilton. He's a former Edmonton Oilers draft pick, played for the Kelowna Rockets played for the Oklahoma City Barons for a number of years, and now he is the second ever general manager of the Kelowna Rockets. So where he's going to pop by tomorrow. Really excited to get some stories from him about the old OKC days. But yeah, that's what's coming up tomorrow on the live show. Friday we got our golf tournament as well, so that's going to be as always a lot of fun. I'll be going live like bright in the morning, 7:38 in the morning from the golf course for a special edition of ONE then.
Any spots open? I thought I heard there was one left or something.
I will double check. I had someone message me earlier and say that they were going to take it. So I'm not sure if it's sold. Looking at the site right now, I think it did sell. But if people do want to maybe squeeze in, if you message me or email me, Tyler at thenationnetwork.com, I can see what I can do if people want to last chance slide in and support a Gregor's Grads and play in the Nation Golf Tournament.
100%. And you get the meal, you get the golf. It's a good time. And hey, 1440 hats are back, and I think our hole will have some. So it's going to be an awesome event. Ty, have fun, enjoy, keep everybody on track on Friday morning. I know those things can get a little out of hand.
I'm usually the one contributing to them getting out of hand, so I'll make no promises.
Well, we'll talk to somebody else. Thanks a lot for doing this.
See you guys.
There you go. Tyler, your M-check of Daily Faceoff Edmonton. You can go to OilersNation.com. It'll take you there. It'll still work. It's the same. Don't worry about it. It's still the same great content. We'll take a break here. When we come back, stats of the day. It's the Gregor Show brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Now Action Electrical's testing team is on defense duty. They're the guardians of safety and compliance, a critical part of any lineup.
Precisely. They perform rigorous safety and code compliance testing for commercial operations. Think of them as the referees, ensuring everything is up to standard before disaster strikes.
Their preventative plays are legendary, spotting faults early. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
What's 426 divided by 12? Okay, if I carry the one, yeah, we're out. Go Auto has a free credit calculator that does the math for you. See what you could qualify for, estimate your payments, and get a better idea of what's in your budget. Because shopping for a vehicle is exciting, but crunching numbers, yeah, not so much. Text check to 780-777-7777. That's check to 780 all sevens.
Crispy caramelized edges, a pillowy, airy center. Meet the new Papa John's pan pizza. Made with Parmesan and Romano cheeses, Papa John's special garlic sauce and Italian seasoning, all baked directly into the bottom of the crust for a signature golden finish and crispy, savory crunch. Grab a medium pan pizza for just $16.99 today at your local Papa John's. Order now in the app or at papajohns.ca. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Tap into the fun of Play Alberta's most popular casino games. From the fast-paced spins of Cash Eruption to the retro thrills of Sevens Wild. Online excitement is always at your fingertips. Spin through your choice of popular slots or discover Alberta exclusive games you won't find anywhere else. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. You gamble. Use your game sense.
Not sure what wheels fit your vehicle? Evolve Wheels and Tires gives you honest advice from enthusiasts who know fitment inside and out. Whether it's your truck, SUV, or sports car, they have you covered. Evolve Wheels and Tires, Edmonton's premium wheel specialists. Evolve your ride. Evolve your experience. Love Pro Wrestling. It's the only place you'll find lumberjacks, short kings, mad lads, and high-flying news. LPW 51 hits the Rec Room sales at Edmonton Common Friday, August 28th. After a shocking trail at LPW 50, merge the specialist challenges Ty Jackson for the LPW Grand Championship. Plus, Rich King and Lumberjack Larry Wood settled their rivalry with the last man standing match. Whether it's a family outing, date night, or drinks with friends, taking Edmonton Wildest Party at Love Pro Wrestling. Sitar.com/love-wrestling.
Plan for success in 2027 with help from the Co-op Pro Team. With the latest on-farm technology, our agronomist will work with you to gather and interpret soil samples, analyze data, and gain more insight into your fields. We offer local expertise and trusted advice to help you plan your inputs and prepare for the unexpected. Get ready to make data-driven decisions with Co-op Ag Zone Field. Make a successful 2027 crop plan to meet your field's potential. Talk to your Co-op Pro Team today.
Professional golf is coming to Blackhawk Golf Club this fall. The ATV Classic presented by Dylan Trades of Alberta brings the stars of PGA Tour Americas to you. Enjoy the ATV Fan Zone presented by Michelob Ultra, where golf meets festival vibes. Upgrade to VIP covered terrace seating with premium food and beverage options. September 17th to 20th. Tickets start at just $25 for the first 250 buyers. Receive the PGA Tour America's commemorative gift. Get yours at atvclassic.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Cantork. Made in Canada, made for Canada. Where extreme isn't theoretical. Find your solution at Cantork.com.
The Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, you got the gold ball jackpot tonight. It's worth $18 million. Bottle 49. Go check out PlayAlberta.ca, where your money stays in Alberta. PlayAlberta.ca. A little bit of a change today on the show coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll be joined by Mark Spector. He's got a bit of a plan tonight. A big day for the Spector family. Going to the concert tonight, I believe. Down at Commonwealth. So he'll be on at 4. Starting will join us at 5, and then we'll have a little NFL talk as well coming up at 5, or CFL talk at 5:20. But right now, we'll get to the stats of the day. Brought to you by All-Star Construction, founded in 2009. They continue to grow. They're hiring general laborers, hydrovac operator, backhoe operator, gas pipe technician, and more. Go to Indeed.com and search All-Star Construction. And just scrolling through some of the CFL stats, breaking it down week by week and comparing it to last season. The CFL's offense this year slowing down just a little bit. Weeks 1 through 6, teams were averaging 764 yards per game. Weeks 7 through 12, it's dropped down a little to 743. But you compare that to last season, 717. So even though they're dropping down a little bit, defense is catching up. Still more yards per game than last season. When it comes to points, the first 6 weeks of the season, we're up at 58.1. That's dropped off a little bit to 54.2. Last season, though, 49.3. So we're still averaging more points per game than last season. If we're to look at touchdowns per game, the first 6 weeks of the season, we're averaging about 6.7. It's dropped down to 5.8. But last year, 5.3. So, hey, you are still getting a little bit more here. And how about big time plays per game? 5.9 to start the year, dropped down to 5.5, but still more than last year at 5.1. Now, those are very, very close, right? That's just a couple more each week, so nothing really too crazy. How about second down conversions? Staying pretty level. Teams getting better this year than they did last year. 51.3 to start the year this season. The second quarter, 50.5% on second down conversions, and then, of course, last season was 47.7. So we could see that drop down, right? Defense could start to catch up in all these categories. It is going down. It could balance out very similar to what we saw last year. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But offensive production, points per game in the CFL, going up, and that's what we like to see. When you look around the CFL the last few weeks here, home teams really starting to dominate. The last 3 weeks, home teams have gone 11-1. That's a 9-17 save percentage. So doing pretty good. When you look at a couple Canadians lead the league in interception, since 2000, Canadians have led the league in interceptions on just 4 occasions. So in 25 years, only 4 times a Canadian has led the league in interceptions. Tyler Ford, of course, trying to make it a 5th as he is tied for top spot in interceptions. 19 receivers on pace for 1,000 yards. Now, Beck, here's my question for you. Of the 19 receivers in the CFL on pace for 1,000-yard receiving season, how many do you think are Canadian born?
Oh, let me try and run through it in my head.
Can you do it in your head? That would Be mighty impressive.
6?
8.
Okay.
So pretty close.
Yeah.
Good guess.
In the ballpark.
12 quarterbacks this year have won a game in the CFL. Last year was 14. So we hope that number doesn't go up. We don't want to see any injuries, of course, but quarterback getting the job done so far this season. If we turn our attention to Major League Baseball, how about Corbin Carroll? He's got 16 triples in 129 games this season. Last year in 130 games, he had 16 triples. So he can total it if he gets out a triple today. He's the first player in Major League Baseball to have 15-plus triples through 130 player games in consecutive seasons since Earl Combs, Henny Mudd, Manush, and Paul Wainer, who did it in 1927, 1928. It's been about 100 years since we've seen it happen. Pretty impressive for Mr. 26. These are the things he's done in an individual game. He had a 6 RBI game. He's had a game with 5 times on base. Doesn't matter how he gets here. You just get there. He's had 4 straight games with a home run. He's hit for the cycle. He's had a grand slam, and he's had a walk-off home run. Only 2 players in Major League Baseball have done that in one season. Jimmy Fox in 1933 and Joe DiMaggio in 1937. Not bad for the White Sox. He's done a lot this year. He's finding ways to make impacts. And another one for you, Ryan Walshman of the D-backs. The first rookie in Major League Baseball history to hit 2 walk-off home runs while trailing in the same calendar month. August 7th against the Dodgers, and last night versus the Cubs. Major League Baseball stats are the best because you just kind of keep going down and adding more caveats to it. And eventually, you'll find something that only a few players have ever done. I love that stat for Tristan Peters. He's had a 6 RBI game, a game where he's going on base 5 occasions. He had a stretch of 4 games with a home run, a cycle, grand slam, and a walk-off home run. Third player to do so behind Jimmy Fox in 1933, Joe DiMaggio in 1937. I feel like we really dig deep with Major League Baseball stats, and I'm all on board. Those are your stats of the day, brought to you by All Star Construction. Rowdy, friend of the show, texting in. Messier, 5 cups, Hart, Conn Smythe, best Oiler, Rowdy. I would say that's a hot take, Rowdy. A lot of people will go to Wayne. I think, the great one. Can't wear his number anymore around the NHL. The legacy he's had. 4 Stanley Cups. Messier got 5 in Edmonton. Then added another one in New York. Gretzky never got another one. I like the way you're looking at it, but I think I still got to go Gretz. And that's someone who didn't even really get to see him. I saw him live in person as a member of the LA Kings. I got a chance to see him. I think they came to with the Blues one game. I'm hoping I'm not making that up because that'd be a weird memory for me to have. But after that, didn't see any more. 1-833-401-1440. Tyler D sending in a text. I don't know what you're saying. Please follow up, Tyler D. Cat Dad says, I remember seeing him as a Blue as well. And did they play in Edmonton? Did I go to that game or did I just make that one up? It's very possible. He thinks it was in Edmonton too. Okay. I remember that was one of the things my dad said. You got to see Gretzky live. We'll pay the money. We'll go see the game. I think we were the highest possible seats at Rexall, or would have been Skyreach maybe back then, the Coliseum. Worst seats you could get, but just a chance to see Wayne Gretzky play live in person. Pretty cool. Declan, was there anyone, any of the legends you've seen that stand out? Because I got very lucky. I got a chance to see Chargers Raiders in 2003. So I got a chance to see Jerry Rice, Tim Brown, LT, of course, but then also a young Charles Woodson, which is pretty cool.
That's pretty incredible. Yeah, hockey-wise, McDavid, obviously, getting to see him with your own 2 eyes, that's crazy. Basketball, Luka and Jimmy Butler.
That's sweet.
Insane. Luka, crazy, bro. And then in MMA, the list is a little bit longer. I won't go through all of them, but I did get to see Zhang Wei Li and Joanna Jędrzejczyk, their first fight at UFC 248, one of the greatest fights ever, greatest women's fight ever. I got to see that with my own 2 eyes. And then Israel Adesanya and Jose Aldo, just to name a couple.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Max Holloway too. Oh, I could keep going, but I'll stop there.
That's pretty cool. It's cool to say that you saw those types of things, saw those players play at least once in your life. I guess I saw Peyton Manning beat the Chargers too. Chad Ochocinco was kind of cool. That was the day after, 2 days after Chris Henry passed away, actually. It was really sad. Emotional for the Bengals at that time. Okay, Tyler resent it in. This is with the original message from Tyler said, spitting chocolate sand for others are going to miss training camp. I could not figure out what that was. Sent it again. Spitting Chiclet says 5 Oilers missing training camp. 5, maybe. We're at 4 that was announced today. That would be Matthias Janmark, probably not a surprise. Matt Savoy, Alec Regula, and Freddie Anderson. So that's the 4 that we have, unless there's one that I'm just not thinking of that we knew was going to be obvious. But no, 4 Oilers going to miss training camp. As I've said a few times, like Janmark, not the biggest one for me. Freddie Anderson, yeah, I think you know what you're going to get. For Matt Savoy, I think it's tough. I think his spot is probably assured in that top 6, but you'd love to be out there to build up that chemistry. I feel for Regula. I think that's a guy who, had a chance to really do something in this training camp, and he'll still get his looks. I mean, they've kept him around for a while for a reason, but that's certainly tough news. Jordan says, have you ever seen Struds at Safeway? No, I have not seen Struds at Safeway. I wonder what that would be like if I saw him at Safeway. What's he buying? I've seen him in a few other social settings, but no, I haven't seen him at Safeway. Struddy is going to join us at 5 o'clock. We got Spet coming up next, followed by the roundtable and 5 questions. But right now, we're going to get to a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Hire Good. We solve real problems for businesses while creating real impact. We reduce issues on your property, keep spaces safe, and take pressure off your team. Go to hiregood.ca. Hire Good, stable jobs, create stable lives. Here is Declan Kruger.
The Sports 1440 update.
As just discussed, some Edmonton Oilers news. Forwards Matthias Janmark and Matt Savoy, along with defenseman Alex Regula and goaltender Freddie Anderson, will not participate in next month's training camp. As we move to the MLB, 2 finals from today was the Rays over the Tigers, 3-0, and the D-backs over the Cubs, 2-0. Right now, 4 games going on. Giants lead the Reds 6-3 in the bottom of the 7th. Angels lead the Guardians 3-1 in the middle of the 7th. 2 games in the top of the 7th. See the Padres leading the Pirates 2-0. Then the Phillies leading the Mariners 6-0. Toronto Blue Jays will be in action at 5:07, playing host to the Royals with Miles on the mound. 2 games in the WNBA between the Valkyries and the Sun at 5, and the Tempo and the Storm at 8. Little League World Series going on right now. Japan currently beating Canada 4-0 in the top of the 3rd, and 2 finals today. Saw Nevada over Iowa 14-6, and Curacao over Nicaragua 12-3. I'm Declan Kruger. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
1440, Stingray radio station. CHJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Center. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Center has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocenter.com today.
Your all-access pass to the world of sports is Edmonton's only sports radio station.
From pre- and post-game hockey shows to in-depth analysis from your favorite commentators, the action never stops on Sports 1440.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is serious about cooling. In fact, we offer multiple ways to cool your home. So you better
call Legacy. Call Legacy.
If you're looking for traditional air conditioning, we got you.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Or ask us about a heat pump to help you heat and cool.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Cool with AC or cool with a heat pump. Cool your home with Legacy Heating and Cooling.
When your project can't afford downtime, call Japa Equipment Rentals. From excavators and wheel loaders to compaction equipment, Japa has the machines you need. Trusted since 1972. Visit japaequipment.com or stop our Edmonton or Calgary locations.
Performance by Action Electrical today. Their projects team kicked things off, designing and building with unmatched skill.
Then the service team swoops in for those crucial repairs and maintenance. And don't forget the testing team, ensuring everything's safe and sound before the solar team scores with sustainable energy.
A complete team effort. Have Action Electrical bring home a win for you and your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the two best names in the boots business.
Missioner Allen Auctioneering's next Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg Public Unreserved Heavy Truck Auction is this Thursday at 9 a.m. Featuring triaxle, tandem, single-axle trucks including cab and chassis, decks, diggers, dumps, pickers, tractors, vacs, and service trucks. Info at maauctions.com.
Ford employee pricing is on now, and you pay what we pay on virtually our entire lineup of Ford vehicles. Visit your Alberta Ford store today.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. From weekend warriors to professional athletes, kids playing soccer to grandparents in the guard, rotator cuff tears and tendonitis to post-surgical knees and hips. We fix your body. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
The Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.403, welcome back. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight, you got the Lotto 649 Gold Ball Jackpot, $18 million. You can also check out the Gregor Show specials, boosted as usual. PlayAlberta.ca. Remember to use your game sense, as we are going to get now to the spec report, brought to you by GS Construction. They're hiring operators, pipelayers, and a superintendent. Work for a fantastic company that loves to promote from within. Also, great benefits and huge sports fans. Apply at gsconstruction.ca and search careers as we bring in Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet. Spec, good afternoon. How you doing?
Oh, doing okay. Watching our team Canada here in the Little League World Series, trying to etch one out here against Japan. Not looking great right now, but I got faith in them.
Yeah, hey, lots of things. Got to run around first here, 2 outs. It'll be tough, but enough ball left for them to get back into this one, Spec. Yesterday when we left you, you said you were playing a whole Barbara's Bush, I believe it was. How did you do?
How did I do? Oh, boy, you're going back a long ways. How did I do? I think I probably had like a bogey.
Okay. You're respectable then.
I'm guessing, to be honest, because I don't really remember.
There's no fact checkers. You could have eagled it. And
I could have eagled it. Yeah.
Spec, we saw the news coming down from the Edmonton Oilers officially that forwards Matthias Janmark, we got Matt Savoy, Alec Regula, and goaltender Freddie Anderson not expected to participate in training camp next month. Some of these more surprising than others. What were your thoughts when you saw this news?
Well, surprising. I've never seen a release like that out of the Oilers like this far before camp. They already know these guys aren't going to compete, so that doesn't sound great for any of the injuries. I would say to you that, Savoy is a young player and they're counting on him this year. So that sort of would worry me a little bit if I was an Oilers fan. Janmark, I have a feeling we might be heading towards a season on LTIR for him. I'm not sure about that. I don't have any inside information. He's just been hurt so much at this point in his career. He had surgery a while ago. And if it's still not ready to go, I'm starting to wonder if it ever will be. Regula, unfortunately for him, he's had so many injuries in his career. I don't see a spot on this team for him, even if he's healthy. So I'm really not, unfortunately for him, I don't think that's going to impact the Oilers season much. I just don't see a spot for him. And then, of course, Freddie Anderson, who's been hurt a lot in his career, and he's hurt already, and that can't be good.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it, with that comes opportunity. And I do feel for Regula, even if it's not here, to potentially get into some preseason games and at least have some eyes on him for Freddie Anderson, we know what he is. So I don't think it's the biggest deal. But without Matt Savoy in the top six for the preseason or training camp, who do you think gets those looks?
Well, good question. Right now, we mix a whole bunch of stuff around. Like, does Nugent Hopkins end up being a winger back up with Connor McDavid on the first line, on the left side? Does Ike Howard slot in there? Or I mean, personally, I hate the idea of in this Ike Howard season where it's really going to be his first, hopefully for him, his first full-time NHL season where he sticks and plays all year. I think the worst thing you could do is start him on the first line next to McDavid. That's not what he needs under a new coach with huge expectations. That's just too much on a young guy's plate, in my opinion. But maybe he'll certainly, there's some minutes there that probably some of them will fall to Howard. And then after that, who else are we talking about on left wing? It's not like, Savoy's your first line left winger in this lineup, right? Mm-hmm. Podkolzin's stuck at second line left wing. He's not moving off Draisaitl's side. And now we're into the Fredericks and guys like that. So, Kapanen maybe, but you're counting on Savoy for some big minutes. So hopefully he's not hurt too long term here.
Mark Spector joining us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. So Freddie Anderson, like you said, I mean, we've seen this before, right? The injuries have piled up. That being said, in the postseason, last year, found a way to stay healthy. They had a lot of time in between because the Carolina Hurricanes were taking care of business, and he wasn't out there when it mattered the most. So do you think there's even more pressure here on Tristan Jarry to have success right out of the gate so they don't have the pressure to go to Anderson?
Yeah, I mean, Jarry and Levi, like, I guess, the one way to look at this is give Bowman credit. He got Anderson, who we would all consider to be an upgrade in goal here, but also he didn't kid himself. He knows Anderson's history. He gets hurt a lot. So he very wisely got Devin Levi as well, who is, he ripped up the AHL last year. I don't believe he's an NHL goalie until I see him play a whole bunch of NHL games and win his share. But you've certainly got Jarry and you've got Devin Levi, and Jarry's got a ton to prove here. Jarry lost his job to Connor Ingram last year, lost it in the playoffs. And this year they went out and got Freddie Anderson when they had Jarry sitting here. So that tells you how much faith they have in him. So this should be, if I'm Tristan Jarry, I hope I spent my whole summer with a chip on my shoulder and a little pissed off at what's going on with my career here, because he's got to reestablish himself as a viable, guy that when the playoffs roll around with the big games, that he's an actual contender to start those games. Because right now they're not treating him like a guy they're going to be counting on a whole bunch.
Yeah, Matt, I feel like Stan Bowman probably praying for that as well, because when that trade happened, a lot of people, a lot of our texters were indifferent, a little unsure about how it might actually pay off. And now you're kind of locked to this goalie for a couple more seasons. Whereas if you just kept Stuart Skinner, you've got it opening. You've got that cap space to spend. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And so much of it will, I think, be dependent on the play in front of him with the Oilers. Because when they are out there playing that good defensive brand of hockey, I think they make the job a little bit easier. As Mark Spector joining us here. So when training camp does get going, Spec, of course, you're writing your articles at sportsnet.ca. What are some of the topics, the headlines you're going to be watching for?
Well, I mean, they're starting to emerge, aren't they? Like, to me, the 3 goalie system is the most interesting thing. They've never had one here. Teams, I've never covered a team on all my years that entered the season planning on a 3 goalie system. Well, we're already down to 2 goalies here. Right. So, maybe that's not a story until Freddie Anderson gets healthy, which let's see how soon that happens. Obviously, the Savoy situation, I don't know what's going to happen there. Like, how long is he out for? Is he out for long enough that you feel like maybe it's time to look in the free agent market? I don't know. I don't have a clue what the injury is. They're not telling us, and I'm not around him right now. So, these things are unfolding. And obviously, I think everything about Babcock is probably the biggest story here. How does he get this team to play a better defensive game? What does he do the first time Evan Bouchard coughs up 2 pucks in prime real estate right in front of his own net? What does he do when McDavid in a 3-2 game goes 1-on-4 and coughs it up and the puck goes the other way? All of those things we're all going to be watching Babcock on the Oilers bench to see how he reacts, right?
Ooh. Yes, I would agree with you. I think we just had a Japan home run there, so I got caught up in the moment with that one. And yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be just a storyline nonstop. And when they win games, how does Mike Babcock react? How is he acting? When they lose games, more importantly, and then just will there be those consequences? That we've kind of had that story that he doesn't care if Leon Draisaitl takes a bad penalty, there will be a consequence. If it's Trent Frederick, it won't be any different, right? It's always going to be a guy who's there and really to coach and be a little harder on these guys. I'm excited to see how they respond when we do eventually get there. Spec, I don't know. It's not the biggest thing, but kind of refreshing to see the NFL today. I don't know if you saw it. They're done with the Pro Bowl. It's done. They finally cut the cord. They're saying, you know what? We're not going to do this anymore. We're just going to give these guys the honor, the distinction of being a Pro Bowl player, and that's it. We're not going to march you out. We're not going to send Shedeur Sanders and let him have the honor of being a Pro Bowler. I kind of like this move from the NFL to just cut the cord.
Yeah, the whole all-star thing has really, it's running out the string in professional sports, isn't it? It works in baseball, and it's always going to work in baseball. Right now, they've juiced it up with the home run derby, but a baseball game is a baseball game. And if I'm going to stand on the mound and throw my best stuff, that means you need to have your best stuff at the plate. And when that ball comes off your bat at 103 miles an hour, every fielder has to have his best stuff. There's no half-ass in it in a baseball game, the way there is in hockey and basketball at the All-Star game. So the basketball All-Star game is awful. The hockey All-Star game is pretty much awful. And the ultimate contact sport is football. And trying to play, first of all, they always say if you try to play a contact sport halfway, you're more likely to get hurt. But they don't drill each other like you have to play a proper football game. There's just no formula in which you can play dialed down football and have it be entertaining. There is no formula. They finally admitted it. Good for them. And I think I'm starting to wonder about the other sports too. Will this green light the NBA and the NHL to do the same thing? What do you think?
I'm unsure because I've heard stories, and you'd know far more than I would, that a lot of this is for the sponsors, right? And the advertisers, where they bring them down and they wine and dine them. They take them to some parties, you meet the players and do that sort of thing. So the corporate reason makes me think they might just keep on doing it, but I don't know for sure. The product is getting bad. The NHL is trying things. I give them credit. I think Major League Baseball can succeed just because it isn't a physical sport where, you're going head to head.
No, it's a good game.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Baseball game's a good game, and we get to see Shohei, hit off of the best pitcher, right? We get to see, guys turn double plays together from two different teams. Baseball works. I'll watch an All-Star game baseball any day of the week. It's the other sports that just clearly don't. And like I say, I wonder if this will green light change in the other leagues. I guess we're going to find out.
Well, the NFL seems to lead the way in a lot of those things. They are very profitable. So if they can do it, I think every league could. Spec, big plans tonight, hey?
Yeah, going out to see Guns N' Roses tonight. Matter of fact, got an Uber picking us up as soon as I get off the horn here. And let's go, man. Rock and roll at Commonwealth Stadium. Haven't been there for a gig for a long time.
What is the top GNR song for you?
Oh, man, I don't know. What's the top GNR song for me? What'd they do? Paradise City, and what else they do?
Sweet Child of Mine, Welcome to the Jungle, Civil War.
Sure. I'm a bit of an observer. You know what? I like a bunch of GNR. I don't own a whole bunch in my collection. They came along a little after I got out of being a real rock and roll guy, but I like a good show. What the hell?
I think you say observer. I think there's going to be plenty to observe tonight at that show.
All right, man.
Have fun.
Thanks, Connor.
There you go. Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet hopping on a little bit early today so we can get out and enjoy Guns N' Roses. Go in Paradise City and November Rain. What I like about GNR Slash is every song seems to have like a 3-minute guitar solo. So I can handle that. A fun show. We'll be having a good time, maybe reliving the youth a little bit, sipping back a few pops. I don't know how the weather is outside, like we've told you guys before. Can't see outside, but I'm assuming they'll get through it. Dak, you got a favorite GNR song by any chance? Paradise City? Yeah. Those guys could rock. I think there's no cool way to say that. Those guys can rock. That'd be a real fun show. Patience from MTR. See, is that a song? I would assume so. Ranger Nick says, get rid of it in the NHL. See, like, I thought that the Four Nation Face-Off was kind of a cool thing. I thought that was a good way to, get rid of the All-Star game, but have some sort of mid-season competition. I think there is a profitable way to do it. And like I said, I think that there is some kind of a corporate thing there where you want to bring the clients out. They can meet some of the players. These people put a lot of money into your league. It's a way to let them come have a good time. So I get that. But if, no one's watching, then what are we doing? And the NFL, like they lost their way at some point. The Pro Bowl in Hawaii, used to hear the stories of like the players getting together and initiation, taking them out for dinner, that sort of thing, throwing them in the pool, whatever it might have been. Now it's just kind of like they show up and it's just different. Maybe it's aged out. Entourage from Calgary says the Sean Taylor Pro Bowl hit, bam, yeah, on Brian Mormon. That was good. Brian says All-Star games for kids, not sports writers. Great show. That's a good point. I think when you bring that up, I mean, that's when I would say we all probably love them the most. So I don't know if I would do it in the NHL. I think we could still have some fun with it. I think it's a good idea. Maybe just make it international. It lost its way for a while, no doubt about it. Having a mandatory player from each team was a terrible idea. It's heartwarming. That's great. But I think there has to be some more honor to it. Like we've seen in the NBA, you can incorporate non-all-stars into the weekend. You could bring in, for example, I don't know. Why is he slipping out of my mind? Former Duck, current member of the Flyers. Shootout king, Trevor Zegras. Bring Trevor Zegras in. He's not an all-star, but for the shootout competition, the guy's fun. Let's bring him in. Other teams have someone who's a really fast skater. Not an all-star, but let's show off how good these guys are. I think you could do things like that with the NHL, just to kind of, give us new names. Like with the common fans, see some other guys. Someone's on Detroit. Maybe he's a third liner, but he's got an incredible slap shot. Won their hardest shot competition. Wow, bring him up there. I think those things would be cool. And then you let the All-Stars play the game. Or if they're going in the future, teams representing their country. But also, don't make it limited. Have that Team Europe if you have to. Leon Draisaitl has to be there. Nikita Kucherov has to be there. You have to find a way to incorporate the best players if you're going to do it. Mason Scott, Welcome to the Jungle is the best song. That's fair. Roddy, November Rain, great guitar solo. MTR says, if Mike was watching the Pro Bowl, I'd be embarrassed. Maybe the Pro Bowl, but what about like the NHL All-Star game? MTR. Or Midsummer Classic. NBA. I want my kid to watch the dunk contest. There's always a potential for it to really pop off. Need a preseason thing like WBC, but for hockey. Well, they did that a few years ago with the World Cup, right, Garth? And every couple of years, I think it's good. And every 2 years in between the Olympics, I think we can handle that. And they're going to roll forward with it. Obviously, people love it. I don't think... it's been a long time since hockey had the popularity that it did during the Olympics. Like, everybody was watching it. The only problem was we weren't allowed to share it on social media. Everybody would just take it down. MTR says, the contest is awful nowadays. Yeah. I mean, it lost some of its luster. We need someone to bring it back. I don't know who it would be. Jack, hypothetically, you're bringing 4 dunkers in, and you can't go to the G League. They're like, and not necessarily maybe the best dunkers, but like the name you would like to see partake in 2026. 2027.
So this isn't a fantasy dunk contest.
You can't be like Brian Vince Carter.
Right.
Yeah, like players in the league right now that you think could put on a show and bring back some of like the star-studded feelings around the event.
Yeah, I can give you 4 names. For sure. Zion Williamson, John Moran, Anthony Edwards, Jalen Green.
There it is. And all of a sudden, I'm doing it.
Ayo.
You got me. Hooked. That's how you bring it back. Cactus, I'd love to see a skills competition in the NFL. I could do without the game. Man, the old QB competitions were awesome. It was like an event you'd see on a random Saturday in the summer on NBC. That's at least how I remember it, where they're hitting targets, throwing that deep ball. But they got to keep it in the hash marks. I think that would be cool. But you got to get the quarterbacks willing to do so. But that was an awesome event back in the day. Could you do the same with other positions? Maybe. Kickers would work for sure. The problem is you have a bunch of other positions where it's like, we do a tackling drill for the linebackers. You got to get them involved in somehow. And that's what the NFL tried to do, like dodge ball stuff. It just wasn't any good. This one's called spade to spade. We'll take a break here. When we come back, it's time for the roundtable. Here on Jason Gregor Show, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Tap into the fun of Play Alberta's most popular casino games. From the fast-paced spins of Cash Eruption to the retro thrills of Sevens Wild. Online excitement is always at your fingertips. Spin through your choice of popular slots or discover Alberta exclusive games you won't find anywhere else. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Even a lucky game day jersey. So looking for absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Barrett. Family run since 1939. We're experts in craft. Impeccable killer makes set offering a wide variety of everyday styles, paired out with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site delivery. Mr. Dirt, elevate your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirt.com. For big on style with Mr. Dirt. Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with a perfect glass for any job, from home to auto and even commercial installation or repairs. We're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Get your early morning going with the sports stories Edmonton Ashley cares about. Catch Tom Gazolo. Day mornings from 7 to 11 on Sports 1440 Edmonton Sports. Later, don't just listen. Join the conversation at 833-401-1440. Crispy caramelized edges, a pillowy air center. Meet the new Papa John's pan pizza made with Parmesan and Romano cheeses, Papa John's special garlic sauce, and Italian seasoning, all baked directly into the bottom of the crust for a signature golden finish and crispy savory crunch. Grab a medium pan pizza for just $16.99 today at your local Papa John's. Order now in the app or at papajohns.ca. Yeah, better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
For a silly hockey fan, it's your partner. Just skating onto the ice. CWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers of Edmonton is ready for the power play for 47365. UL skates forward, that will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking. Killer selection slamming. Products from the best brands and legendary service. Don't sit on the bed. Get your account today at email.ca and win that project. Your partner in power. Get at EWEL.ca today. What prices and this new forward. The same as Ford Board providing employees. Lock step benefits being this new Ford. Customer will have a selection of new Ford vehicles from our great lineup of SUVs, from Sports and Explorers right up to the Ford Expedition. And Ford trucks on the Ford Maverick Ranger 150 and Super Duty. Ford employee pricing is the biggest event on the this new Ford calendar. Hurry, it won't last forever, and inventory is limited. Take advantage of employee pricing today and this new Ford. Above expectations. Legacy Heating and Cooling is your #1 air conditioning company, so you can't take living in oppressive heat any longer. Call Legacy. Get your hot, sticky sheets keep you up all night. Call Legacy. If you've decided that you deserve to be cool and comfortable, call Legacy. No payments, no interest for 1 year. It can only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Portions of this hour brought to you by On the Rocks. OTR celebrating 20 years on Jazz. Join them Friday, September 18th to celebrate 2 decades of fun with Will and Wolf on stage. Book your table at ontherocksgig.com.
The Jason Gregor Show with Guest Host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
You by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.425, welcome back. Back it is. The Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Head over there. Check out the Gregor Show special. Boosted as usual. Today could be the day that we hit one. Remember to use your game sense. Connor Halley, Declan Kruger, Mackenzie with you here in the Sports 1440 studio. You know, text us 1-833-401-1440. Appreciate you guys joining us today. However you do so, whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch streaming, or on the good old-fashioned AM dial. If you are listening on the AM dial, we've got Blue Jays baseball coming up after the show, 6 o'clock. 2 games back in the wild cards race for the final spot. Kansas City, their opponent, absolutely rolling right now. Win is 9 straight. Trying to improve to 10-0 in the last 10. But hopefully the Jays can find a way to interrupt that and get rolling here. Right now, we're going to get to the round table as Mackenzie and Declan take over, brought to you by Action Electrical. They're the most diversified electrical contractor in Alberta with 4 divisions in project, service, tech, and solar for commercial or residential. Contact them today, actionelectrical.net. Whenever I say who's going first, it goes the other person. So who's sliding in today? Is Mackenzie?
I guess I can start.
Let's do
Because
it.
when we were in the break, Declan was struggling. So mine today is former number 1 overall PWHL draft pick Taylor Heisey has just gotten married this summer. So now she will be Taylor Fox. And if I were a Minnesota Frost fan, which I'm not, I actually really detest the Frost, I would not be replacing my jersey because it'll be such a collector's item down the road because she's only 26 years old, so she's very early in her career, that having that when she retires or whenever will be very cool.
This kind of opens up a lot of topics when it comes to jerseys and the jersey nerds like me. But Declan, you're up.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I don't know, like, how do you guys feel about an athlete changing their number?
I
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I didn't really have a follow-up.
I'll tell you. So this just reminded me of the time when LeBron was in Cleveland, and Deck, you might have to tell me who the player was. But there was someone in the league that was also L. James, and someone on the internet was like, they should sign him just so the jersey changes from, like, let's just say from Mike James. So he's to put L. James on the back of his jersey, and it's like all of a sudden sales will skyrocket because people will need that jersey and go out there and get it. For her, yeah, like it's kind of cool, a collector's item. I think the diehard Frost fans will probably go out there and buy another one and just roll with that. I wonder if the team would ever do anything where they say, like, hey, well, if you want, bring in your jersey, we'll change it since Taylor was married. Congratulations to the Foxes, by the way. But Declan, when you talk about the numbers changing, drives me crazy. I hate it because they do it at, like, the worst time. When someone gets a jersey, the number changes. I said it, I think, yesterday. Like, I bought the Derwin James, the new jersey, number 33. Next year, he changes to 3. As a safety, I know that was his college number and everything like that, but yeah, I think it's a cool way to kind of hang on to it and have a little bit of a keepsake for that.
Well, also, like, as the league grows, right? Because we've seen with how much they're able to expand in the last 3 years, the league is going to continue to grow. So being one of those fans that have that OG jersey will be, like, such a cool thing to say that you have and collector's item in that way as well.
I went to a Chargers game once, and do you guys remember Antonio Cromartie?
Oh, of course.
His first year in the league, he wore number 25. The next year, he switched to 31. And I went to a game, and I intentionally wore my 25 Cromartie jersey. And the people were just like, nice jersey, man. Like, good pick. So, yeah, you would differentiate, right? The people who've been there from the beginning, for sure.
My turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something sort of a little bit off the top of the show. We kind of talked about it throughout this week, but you know, this era, if that's even the right phrasing, of former pro and NFL players or guys who have dabbled in rookie camps, been on rosters, been with multiple teams coming back to college football to play, and not even just college football. We're seeing it actually probably more in the college basketball world because NBA rosters are tougher to crack, less roster spots, etc. We've even seen it now a little bit in college basketball front funnily enough, with LSU again. It's just like it is so far removed from what the sport should be, and it is such a disservice to obviously the sport as a whole, but to these other athletes, these actual college athletes trying to cut their teeth with programs.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So I actually meant to add one more thing. I
Okay,
think we
go
all agree
ahead.
on this.
Yep.
Like I was going to ask you guys, because this is, I think, a lot of ways indefensible. I think you guys agree, Mackenzie. I think you're about to. If you guys were going to make the argument for these players coming back or for these schools allowing them to come back, like what would it be? What would if we were in a psych class right now and you had to make a convincing argument, what would it be?
Okay. You would have to take a full course load for like a student athlete. So usually student athletes, in order for them to be full-time students still, it's 3 courses. At least in Canada it is. And like for U Sports and the other Alberta colleges, ACAC. And it can't be, it has to be something that is actually applicable. Like you have to take accounting because we need more accountants. So something that isn't just a BS online course and you can only be 2 years removed from your college career.
But I'm not saying like putting like a rule set for when they're back. I'm saying like what is like the argument from the school or these athletes' perspective that makes them think it's okay?
Maybe it's that like they want to come back to school and get like that degree.
I think the perfect thing like a school could say is, yeah, we're going to help you get your degree. You came back. We're going to welcome you back. But Declan, you can tell me as student athletes all you want. They're all winning. And you probably didn't leave unless you were a good player, right? And then you probably picked up a few things playing at the pro level, or at least trying to play at the pro level. So you probably are a good player. So if I had to make an argument for why the schools would do it, it's because they want to win football games. And that's why LSU did it. Right? I don't like it, but I think if that was the argument, that's what I'd be making. Like, well, we want to win football games. We can kind of say, yeah, well, really, we just want to help these guys develop. We want to help them graduate, get a degree. So when they do leave LSU, they'll be contributing members to society. As you guys have both said, in the last few days, we need more accountants. But in reality, it's like, I get a chance to add a good player, I'm going to do it. So that's what I think is like the real reason why the schools do it. The players, they just need somewhere to play.
Yeah, the players one is like, it's pretty obvious, but I'm just saying, if you're trying to justify it in a way that it isn't clearly all about, the money or the opportunity, like what would that just, but I guess they're kind of isn't one. Like it's just, you want to play, you want to keep playing, you want to get this NIL money. Like
I wonder, like the 2 guys that did it, what were their chances of making the team? Maybe we have to go talk to some beat reporters, but how much is it like, you know what? I still have eligibility left. I don't want to be a pro. Like, this sucks. I can't go out and party. I want to go to more campus parties and do that sort of thing. Like, I can still make money. NIL is a thing. I can make the money at these schools here. Maybe that impact. It's immature, but you're trying to get in these guys' heads. It's hard for me to do so as someone who's almost 40.
Would you not also feel like a little embarrassed? Like, yeah, I couldn't crack the pro lineup, so here I am back in college. Like, kind of going back with your tail between your legs a little bit. I think about it from that view. Like, I would be embarrassed because I'd be like, yeah, I was the big dog in college, couldn't crack the pro lineup, so here I am again. And that's what everybody's going to be thinking as well. But I guess I'm not a college athlete, so.
Or sites for me, they have to come back and finish a degree before they're eligible again. Play pro.
But finish a degree before they're eligible to play pro.
Yeah, but you come back like, okay, you can come back, but you're not playing ball. Oh, you got to do your schooling.
I thought you said before they can play college. I was like, I got to finish a degree. Those dudes are 37. The thing is, like, they're first of all, like pro and collegiate are so. Like, I like what Nikki North is saying, but collegiate and pro ball are so separate. I don't think you could ever police that from one level to the next. And then the second thing is, like, these guys have come back from pro ball, like Mackenzie just touched on, like you touched on, Connor, because they're not good enough, right? Yeah. So it's like, I think at that point that we've come back, like playing pro ball is a little out the window, or at least that window was very, very close to being closed. So like that that's not the biggest motivating factor, the biggest worry moving forward. But I like it. I like the people. I like the people are actually saying something.
And I mean, now they can't do it, right? Yeah. And SEC saying, no, it's not going to happen. But Jack, you know this. Mackenzie, you know this. In the CFL, if you get drafted by OU sport, right, and you still have eligibility left, you can go back to that school, and your rights remain with the team. And that's probably a tough decision to make. I like that they allowed to happen is that pathway. But in the NFL, things just a little bit tougher because there's so much money, the financial gain you're doing it. Also, if you're a junior and like that your goal is to play in the NFL, you want to probably maximize your draft stock. So like leaving a year early, maybe a 6th round pick, when maybe your draft stock could be higher. I get it all the time when guys declare after the junior or red sophomore year because I'm not going to be any higher than this. I just came off a huge season, but it's a tricky one. Do we agree it's done? Both sides have said this is going to be a blip. It's not happening again. Or do you think there's going to be people that take this to higher courts?
Well, yeah, there's an injunction filed in the Quan Bites case that is going to go to the Louisiana Supreme Court shortly. I'm sure that's going to happen semi-right, but you just got to get everyone on the same page and say no. At some point as a society, we have to just say no to things that don't make sense. Start with this.
I like it. I like that
Let
idea.
this be the Crips and the Bloods mean. Everyone comes together to say 26-year-old people on 2 pro rosters can't play college sports.
I'm with you. It just seems so easy. And who's around these guys giving this advice? Here's what you do. Go play for the team. I'm gonna try to go back. You can't be stopped. It's wild. Text on 233411440. Schools pay them now. The players get paid in college. Schools pay them now. The players get paid in college now. Yeah, and I know money, right?
Did you think we didn't know that?
No.
Maybe. I think we didn't articulate it enough clearly. But
Well, yeah, I mean, I said it. You can go back for NIL money. I assume you're still eligible to collect. So it makes sense. I think there is probably such a big jump. You're playing college football, you're the man on campus, whatever, and then you go to an NFL camp. What teams are these? The Browns and the Eagles. All of a sudden, I have a professional like Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley telling me, hey man, don't go out tonight, start your playbook. You have to know this. It's quite the shift. So maybe that impacted it. I don't know. I'd love to hear from these guys.
Also, really quick with the NIL money, it's crazy how different it can be for everybody. Because one of the guys on the Riverhawks, he was given an acre of land because his school's booster knew that he liked to hunt.
Yeah.
So he was like, I have this little section of land, and you can hunt there for your time that you're here, and it'll be yours basically forever, as long as you come and play at our school.
That's interesting.
Which is crazy.
Nice little perk. We should have told the Blanco about that yesterday.
Yeah, I think.
We might have a land for you to go hunt. And the NIL thing is interesting. It's made it complex. I'm glad it's governed and they're doing it properly, but yeah, the list of things. These guys are rolling. Isn't some of the college quarterbacks that transferred last year 8 mil?
Yeah, Darian Mintz is the highest at 6.5.
Yeah, okay, that's crazy.
That's the other thing I would the only kind of maybe caveat I would put on NIL is I think everyone thinks that all these college athletes are on $5 million salaries, but that's not the case. I haven't pulled up here. There's only, I shouldn't say only because that's kind of a crazy thing to say, but as a salary, there are only 17 players making over $3 million. Now I'm not trying to act $3 million chump change. That's crazy. But I'm just saying this idea that everyone is on a $2.5 million plus salary or something, that's not the case. There's only 4 guys in college football making over $5 million a year.
NCAA men's basketball averaging about 65,000. Now that means some are making more, obviously, some are making a lot less. The elite program quarterbacks averaging over 3.1 million, but obviously that varies school the school, position to position. There can be money made there. Like if you are elite, you should be playing as long as you can collegiately. The more starts you get, you can earn the money. It's definitely worth it. You're not being lured out of college to go get that payday maybe earlier than you should. But yeah, that's a good point, Jeff. It's not everybody. We'll take a break here when we come back to 5 questions. This is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram, and Twitch brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Wondering what you can afford? Let Go Auto do the math. With our free car loan calculator. No pressure, no or combos. Just quick answers on your budget and payments. Bad credit, no credit. We got you. Text check to 780-777-7777. That's check to 780 all sevens. Find out what you qualify for and start shopping with confidence. Go Auto. Drive what you love with payments that make sense.
Guys, there never seems to be enough time in the day. But you need to make time for this. Ken Franchuk here. If you're 40 or over, a quick PSA blood test is crucial for early prostate cancer detection. The Prostate Cancer Center's Man Van is a mobile health clinic driving change for men's health. A few minutes could save your life. Get the Man Van out to your business or event. Book today at getcheck.ca.
Love Pro Wrestling. It's the only place you'll find lumberjacks, short kings, mad lads, and a high-flying noose. LPW 51. It's the Rec Room Sales Edmonton coming Friday, August 28th. After a shocking betrayal at LPW 50. First, the specialist challenges Jackson for the LPW Grand Championship, plus Rich King and Lumberjack. What's settled their rivalry with the last man standing match. Whether it's a family outing, date night, or groups with friends, check out Edmonton's wildest party and Love Pro Wrestling. TakeR.com/Love Wrestling. Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor. A unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Chicken parmy burger, extreme pulled pork, garlic and black pepper chicken McNuggets, cheesy bacon McFlavor fries, and a scoop waffle McFlurry. You scrolled them. You screenshot them. You've never been able to order them until now. This is the McDonald's World Menu Heist. The most wanted menu items taken from around the world. Now in Canada. Get them while you can. For a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
What if Canadians aren't getting enough sleep? Let the break help you sleep better for less. Save 40% on the Steely Crown Jewel Resort mattress. Get sheets starting at just $49. And buy one pillow, get the second for just $10. Plus, you get up to 55 months pay with no interest and no money down. And with next day delivery, you can start sleeping better right away. Some conditions apply. OAC. See in store for details. The break. Saving you more.
School's almost out, and road trip season is just around the corner. But if your brakes sound like they're grinding harder than a hockey fourth liner, it might be time to visit Napa Auto Parts. Napa has all the quality parts, tools, and know-how to help keep your vehicle running smoothly and road ready. With over 85 locations in Alberta, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Alberta. We're wild and tough and beautiful. We agree that good enough isn't good enough. No, everything that matters starts in the home and family. At Lux, our family has been handcrafting windows and doors for this incredible place for over half a century. There's no place we'd rather be. Everything we are is windows and doors. A company born and bred and made in Alberta.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass. Your clear choice for residential windows, locally manufactured and installed. Crystal Glass provides beautiful product and incredible customer services for all your residential needs. Call 310 Glassers at crystalglass.ca for a quote.
The Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
It's the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Connor Halley, Devin Kruger, Mackenzie McLennan with you here. And the text rolling in here. Michigan paying Atlantic $1 million for hockey from Shrek. Yeah, I saw that. I'm all for it. You know, I think it's good that these guys get paid. Colleges are making so much money off them for a long time. I also believe that money can be the root of all evil. It can be. So I hope everyone has good financial advisors around them. Make sure they take care of it, but as Declan pointed out during the break, for some of these guys, like, this is just the beginning. This is fun money potentially, because you get to the pro, you stay healthy, and the real money starts to come. But yeah, I think it's good as long as everyone's smart with money, and no rush to leave. As Brian Fan says, $5 million college, why leave? I guess maybe you'd say because there's more on the other side, but now you don't. There you go. Imitation other than practice squad, is there an NFL equivalent to the AHL or G League? Not so much. I mean, you have obviously the CFL, which players to make the transition every once in a while. The USFL down there, like the combination of the XFL, which players get brought in from. Man, the Chargers just signed a guy from the same as Battle Hawks. But no, there's no like. There's nothing necessarily running at the same time, and you can call your player up and send it back down. There's no developmental league in that aspect. So just practice squad. And that's growing. I kind of like that idea to have to open it up for a few more players. Just give them the opportunity. The NFL can afford a few more salaries. Right now, let's get to 5 questions brought to you by The Brick. The sleep sale is on now. Save 40% on the Sealy Crown Jewel Resort mattress. Get sheets starting at just $49. Also, buy one. Bill, get the second for just $10. Only at The Brick and TheBrick.com.
Time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
Okay, question number 1 between Matt Savoy, TSC Mark Alfadula, and Frederick Anderson, who suffered the most from missing Oilers training.
I mean, I think it'll be Matthew Savoy. I think just for him, it was an opportunity to get in more reps on that top line potentially, and show you what you can do with the coaching staff. I think that was really big. I don't think it's going to diminish him entirely. We don't know how serious the injury is, of course, but I think to get those reps in Connor McDavid, just kind of learn those little things, could potentially go a long way. I guess it could be also lower down Leon Draisaitl, but I think for a guy like him, a top 6'4", that's a pretty tough injury. We'll see how long it lasts. What about you?
I like the Matt Savoy answer. I like all the reasoning behind it. I might be stretched to say Freddie Anderson, only because that job looks like it could have been there to be had. Now that opportunity, not as clear cut. Question number 2: the Pro Bowl is no more. Do you have a favorite Pro Bowl memory?
I feel like we almost have to say you can't say Sean Taylor.
Dude, yeah, I know. Because when it came up earlier, I was like, because I was absolutely gonna say that.
One of the things, like, I always kind of liked just the players going out there having fun, like mic'd up moments. I thought were always cool in what they were doing. If I had to say outside of Sean Taylor, Peyton Manning and Jeff Saturday. Do you remember they were obviously one-time teammates for the Indianapolis Colts, and then Jeff Saturday with the Packers. So they were in different conferences. So they played in the Pro Bowl together. I think it was Jeff Saturday's last game. He was done after that, retiring. But he ran out there and joined the AFC squad for one final snap with Peyton Manning. So that one to me, I think, was always really cool. I think they had him mic'd up. He ran out there and sent the AFC's center back to the sideline. There was a little confusion, but that was a cool moment to me that always stood out. How about you, Jeff?
Yeah. I might say, I forget what year it was. I think it was like 04, 05, but it was that one Pro Bowl that was like 55, 50 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was a really formative age. I was a kid when you don't really know what you're watching in terms of defense. You just want to see touchdowns scored and stuff like that. And I haven't followed the Pro Bowl forever, but at the point it was the highest scoring Pro Bowl. I forget again, like 2004, 2005, somewhere in there. So that would probably be it for me.
I always like just the visuals of the different helmets too. I don't know why. Like, it always looked cool. Marshall Falk ran for 180 in 1995. Randy Moss in the year 2000 when he was just a young man. 212 receiving yards in the Pro Bowl. Those are pretty cool moments.
Question Number 3, which Edmonton Elk has been the most underrated so far this season?
Oh man. I feel like a lot of guys are appropriately rated. Cody Fajardo's been getting a lot of love. The running back. Well, I was going to say back, but they rank him for sure. If I were to look at a guy who I think has been really efficient, I think Brandon O'Leary Orange is a guy who's a little underrated. Hasn't found the end zone quite as much, but on 36 targets, he's at 28 grabs. He made some big plays. He's averaging 10 yards per catch. I think the other receivers have kind of got the love. But he's kind of been like that 4th, 5th guy that just makes big plays when it matters. You can count on him. And I'll like the offensive linemen are out there, Deck. Little big boy. Just don't often get the love they deserve. So I'll take give me Brandon O'Leary Orange and the offensive line. Who do you got?
I mean, I think you could make a real argument for Vincent Blanchard. I actually do think he's gotten the credit he deserves, though. Matt, not to be like a football nerd guy, but Bradley Fladdick, who has come in for Luke Burton, long snapping the ball, which is like a tough skill set. And Coach Kilman said Luke Burton is the best long snapper in the CFL, and that's a guy with no special teams. So the fact Bradley Fladdick has come in and really has some nice cohesion between him, Jake Julian, Vincent Blanchard has done a great job on punts, but obviously and he can get down the field a little bit. I might say him. The other guy I would go with would be, I really liked Cam Carter when he was here. Like, he's not on the roster anymore. He's back on the practice squad, but I thought he did a good job playing right guard.
Do you think Blanchard, someone that this in earlier, has any NFL looks like from Eric?
Yeah, sure he does.
28 years old, like not as important for a kicker.
Bomber of a leg. Accurate. Hit some big ones. So, yeah, I think he probably does. Question number 4: do you have a favorite sports highlight that you go back and rewatch? Or like, what's the top one?
Top one. Well, okay, there's a few. I can't just leave out one. So I'll give you like one per sport. The backflip. Jose Bautista, but I don't watch just that. I watch that inning leading up to it because I think watching it by itself doesn't do it justice. Like all those things that led up to it were great. NBA, I watch Kawhi shot against Philadelphia quite often. Twice we brought this one up. For the Oilers, I like to go back to the 2006 run, and I'll just watch like the intro, like when the CDC put out there. Not going to go back when everyone puts up there, but then they walked onto the ice to Nina Simone, followed by the Black Eyed Peas. I think that's awesome. And then just like the game of Fernando Pisani's shorthanded goal in Game 5, I would have up there. And then for the NFL, 2006, LaDainian Tomlinson. Not just one highlight, but the whole video. Just making guys look silly. Like, he got the ball on the flat against the Jets and made Ty Law fall. That was pretty impressive. So I watch a lot of old videos. I live in the past, Dick. How about you?
Yeah, like Jimmy Butler's 56-point Game 4 against Milwaukee back in 2023. That's probably the most extended highlight package I go back and watch. As far as like a single highlight I go back and watch the most, maybe like Israel Adesanya's knockout over Alex Pereira.
How long are you watching it? Like how long, like leading up to it? Like just like the 15.
Yeah, I'll watch it like after Alex jabs to the body. Izzy retreats a little bit, gets him against the low kick that Izzy kind of stumbles on, gets his back against the fence. Then Alex starts throwing knees. Izzy then lands his shot. So it's like a good 15-second sequence.
Nice.
Yeah. Question number 5: what is on your Mount Rushmore of chicken and rice bowl toppings? So you got your white or brown rice. You got your chicken flavor however you want it. What are 4 things you're adding to that bowl?
I guess it depends where I'm going. There's certain establishments. No free ads, so we won't dive into where by where. One thing I would say, like I'm a big fan of a certain place in the mall. They'll deal with the pepper, but it's not just green or red; it's green and red. I go double sometimes. So I do peppers. I think is a must-have. This place also does cheese, which I think is kind of nice. I mean, it's not everywhere, but at this place it's good. I like onion and cucumber. Those are the ones for this specific location. If I went to a different location, I'd just be rolling with no mushrooms. There's another example that you left. that I've never been to, so I can't really say. But I like how I have the peppers and onions and cucumber. For the one location, cheese is a nice touch. How about you?
Peppers and corn. And then I'm trying to also think like if I'm making this at home, what am I adding? So peppers, corn. I will throw. Give me beans, black beans, and then some type of sauce. So like maybe it's a sriracha, maybe it's like a chipotle mayo, maybe it's the teriyaki honey, but it's some type of sauce.
That is crucial. You gotta have the sauce. Jordan nailed the restaurant I'm speaking of very quickly. Yeah, when I do it at home, broccoli, carrots, peppers. Probably the go-to for me. Matt, you got anything to add to this one? Your Mount Rushmore of things you add to chicken and rice?
I like a burrito bowl. So some salsa, maybe pico de gallo instead. Avocado, sour cream, the like corn as well. I said sour cream, cheese, like the whole 9 yards. Like the more I can get in that bowl, the better. Just a whole mash of things.
And then like I've seen different techniques from how people eat these types of things. Like one at a time. Some people mix them all up. Some people save the chicken for last. It's different strategies. I think Donovan was the one who saved the chicken for last. Fine. He said it before. He's someone who, when eating, saves his favorite things as the last item. What about you guys? Like, if you go for, let's just say, burger and fries, is it all burger? Is it all fries? Or is it like back and forth?
All burger, all fries. I also don't really like it when my food touches. Like, unless it's a bowl, I don't like it when my food touches.
Depends where I'm eating. If I'm at like McDonald's, I'll mean that whole quarter pounder, then I'm moving on to the fries. If I'm at a restaurant, I do the classy thing where I, a little bit here, a little bit there. Oh, sit for the drink, talk to someone across the table. But if it's like McDonald's and I'm in my car eating like a rat, all the whole burger, scarf down, and then the fries like 12 at a time in my mouth.
Especially if it's like a Big Mac. Like when I pick it up, I'm not putting it back down.
That's what I'm saying.
If you're at a restaurant with a big burger, like this is in my hands the whole time, it's dripping on you, not putting it down, it'll fall apart.
Because I'm a quarter pounder guy, and you can eat that in probably like 4 or 5 bites.
Really?
Okay, 5. I don't know if count it.
I guess
5, 6.
You know what?
So it's like I don't have time to sit down and grab the fries. They're somewhere in my passenger seat anyway.
Yeah. Kyle says you don't want to be almost full when you get to the best part. What a psychopath. In regards to Donovan saving the best part for last. Yeah, I'm with you guys. Like, get to the good stuff, and then we'll work on the rest afterwards. But it's an interesting thing to watch when people go out for dinner. What is the strategy with it all? Sometimes, like, if you have a fry or a burger and it's messy and it all drops, you can use the fries to, like, scoop up toppings. And that's a nice little touch. That's a good one for a Big Mac if anyone's out there considering doing that. We'll take a break here. When we come back, strategy. We'll talk to Justin Duncan as well from freedownation.com. I'll look a little bit on the CFL right now. Sports 1440 update. Jeff and Kruger brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Mike and the team at Northgate care about the community. And for the rest of August, proceeds from every vehicle sold will go towards the Summerland wildfire victims. Only at NorthgateGM.com.
Sports 1440 update.
So it's Oilers news. As forwards, Mackenzie and Matt Savoy. Along with defenseman Alex Rula and goaltender Frederick Anderson will not participate in next month's training camp. Elsewhere in sporting world, the NFL pulling the plug on the Pro Bowl. Scores around the MLB right now. Games in action see the Reds lead the Giants 10-9 in the bottom of the ninth. Padres at 3-0 on the Pirates in the top of the ninth. And at the bottom of the first, the Rockies and Nats tied 0-0 on the top of the second. The Marlins lead the Red Sox 1-0. Finals today saw the Rays over the Tigers 3-0. Diamondbacks beating the Cubs 2-0. Guardians in a squeaker against the Angels 4-3, and the Phillies blanking Mariners 6-0. Toronto Blue Jays will be in action in the most 7 minutes time here, playing host to the Royals. Miles will be on the bump in that one. And in the Little League World Series, Japan currently beating Canada 7-3, in the bottom of the 5th. I'm back from Kruger. This has been Sports 1440 Update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall in Wetaskiwin. CKJ. It's a Stingray radio station.
Download free radio player app now. Listen wherever you go.
Struggling to find skilled workers? What if you could fill your talent pipeline with motivated, pre-vetted youth and receive funding to support your efforts? Careers the next generation. We connect Alberta employers with interns in skilled trades, IT, agriculture, forestry, and more. All WCB covered, high school accredited, safety trained, and ready to contribute from day one. With 83% of RAP students continuing their apprenticeships after high school, investing in youth today means securing your workforce for tomorrow. Don't wait. Visit careersnextgen.ca to get started.
For a silly monkey fan. Smart Bunker Power just skated onto the ice. CWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers of Edmonton. It's ready for the power play 24/7, 365. Email space. So where the heck will be in 5 years now? That's forward thinking. Killer selection slamming products for the best brands and legendary service. Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at email.ca. Win that project. Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today. You got to go to Coffee Spot. A trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. When it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Barrett, family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles, paired out with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. So big on style. Mr. Dirk.
Smart, connected, community-driven. Jason Gregor sets the standard for sports talk in Edmonton. On Sports 1440. Text Gregor, 833. 401-1440. Sports 1440. We're Edmonton. Talk sports.
Why tee off at the Ranch Golf and Country Club? A fun, unique layout offering premier conditions. The Ranch is ranked as one of the top public courses in Canada. Unmatched value. Score Golf Magazine rated the Ranch as the best value in Edmonton. The service, from tournaments to special events to the pro shop. Golf and Country Club, a laid-back environment where anyone can enjoy an amazing day on the fairways. For details, visit theranchgolf.com.
Are you a skilled laborer? All-Star Construction wants to talk to you. A heavy equipment operator with travel or backhoe experience, All-Star Construction wants to talk to you, too, with work in and around Edmonton for local land developers. All-Star Construction offers year-round employment. Whether it's power, gas, or telecom, developers rely on All-Star Construction to get the job done. So if you're a skilled laborer or a heavy equipment operator with travel or backhoe experience searching for work, search All-Star Construction on Indeed.
Need an excuse to upgrade your ride? Well, we got a few to share. Go on, over 18,000 used vehicles ready to test drive right now with more than 70 locations. Your perfect match could be closer than you think. A family-friendly SUV for soccer practice, a fuel-saving commuter, or a hard-working truck that's ready for anything. Trusted brands and a team that's actually happy to help. Explore thousands of vehicles today. Hey. GoAuto.ca.
I'm Dr. Van Selliot. The goal of every one of the thousands of hair restoration procedures I perform is a full, natural-looking head of hair. I work directly with my patients for the consultation, the procedure, and the follow-up, so we can achieve the best results possible. When people see what we accomplish, I don't want them to think, wow, great hair transplant. I want them to think, wow, great hair. Go to drvanselliot.com and contact us today.
I missed one payment, then another. Now I feel behind on everything. I can't keep up.
Solution. My name is Parveen Middleton. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. Together, we can create a plan that fits your situation and helps you get caught up and back in control. Call 1-833-BDO. Talk or visit BDO.ca to book your free consultation and discover your debt-free future.
Tap into the fun of play Alberta's most popular casino games, from the fast-paced spins of Cash Eruption to the retro thrills of Sevens Wild. Online excitement is always at your fingertips. Spin through your choice of popular slots or discover Alberta exclusive games you won't find anywhere else. Visit playalberta.ca/Gregor to learn more. That's playalberta.ca/Gregor. Must be 18. Must play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Japa Machinery. Big jobs, tight spaces, serious reliability. Emerald Equipment is now your local Yanmar dealer. Compact track loaders, mini excavators, wheel loaders, tough, reliable machines built for any job. Japa Machinery.
The Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. The Lost 49 gold ball jackpot tonight, $18 million. You can also pick up Jason Gregor Show specials, boosted as usual, PlayAlberta.ca. Connor Halley, Captain Kruger, and Mackenzie McLean with you here in the Sports 1440 studios. Of course, you can always text us 1-833-401-1440. J-Rock says, the sawmill sesame sauce, top shelf on rice. Real game changer. Sounds like it. Rice is versatile. There's a lot of things to put on it to give it a little boost. I'm a China Lily guy myself. We're going to talk some hockey now, some football, maybe more with our next guest, Jason Strudwick. So we go around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's. The most wanted menu items from around the world have landed in Canada. Now, the McDonald's World Heist menu at select restaurants. Hurry in before we have to come back only at McDonald's, as we're joined by former NHLer, former co-host of the Jason Gregor Show. Now we've got your back. Jason Strudwick. Struddy, what's going on?
Hey, no. How are you guys doing today?
Well, we're all doing that because I'm doing that. Let's do it for everyone else. Here. Question for you. I know you're on a road trip here. Did you guys drive down south or did you fly?
No, we actually flew to Seattle and then went to a Mariners game on the other night. That was when that big thumper, Kyle Lowry, hit 3 in a row. Oh, okay. He actually won last night. So I don't know. I don't want to take all the credit. Obviously, he's got some skill, but he had 4 home runs in a row. So pretty fun. It's a nice ballpark down in Seattle.
Right on. So, you decided to put on a show, eh?
Yeah. I think his batting average was at 8 points in one game. That's all. He's really had a tough year as far as the bat goes, but that's kind of neat too. I like baseball. I've seen it and going down and watching is pretty fun.
Yeah. I think he's sitting like 159 going into that, and then jump it up a little bit here. Yeah, he and Vlad Guerrero Jr. It's crazy how both guys had such good series last year, and then both just kind of fell off this year. But hey, if they could turn it around down the stretch, it would mean a lot to their teams. For sure. So down south, have you guys Slurpee yet? Are they any different than Canadians?
Oh, they're different. Yeah, for anyone who's ever dabbled, it's hard to explain. They're almost smoother. They're a little more icy. Theirs is more smoothie. So I don't usually get them. I mean, I guess maybe if guys get desperate, but yeah, I'm not a big fan. So I make ones in Canada for sure.
Good. I like the loyalty to the Canadian version. Now, some news today, unfortunately, for the Edmonton Oilers. 4 players not going to be ready for training camp when it gets going. Some might say probably more surprising than others. Matthias Janmark, I think we thought this could be the case. So Matt's boy, Albert Gula and Freddie Anderson, new goalie for the team. Not expected to be good to go. So when you look at this one, before we get to these cases individually, it opens up opportunity. So with those guys not out there for training camp, who do you think is a chance to really take advantage of this?
Oh, Devin Levi. The first guy I thought it was Devin Levi. I mean, this guy has a huge chance here. A team that's looking for long-term solutions in the net. We know Jarry signed. Freddie Anderson getting near the end of his career. So for Devin Levi to come in here, he's not going to have to share the net, right? There was a lot of talk about the 3 goalie system that they're planning on using, I believe. And so for not Devin, he come in and assert himself. And I think this is huge. I mean, you never want to see someone get injured, especially a teammate. But you're like, come on, they nap. And it's not my, there's nothing I can do about it, but I can't take advantage of it. So for Devin Levi, I think that's a huge thing. For Radula, I don't know that there was really much there as far as people they can jump ahead of him. I think that I really feel bad for him. It seems like injuries have been a real staple of his career, which is it's hard to get traction when you're injured all the time. As far as taking Savoy's spot, I'm going to look at Isaac Howard. I think it's for Howard to come in. I'm guessing he's had a really productive summer, getting ready and kind of getting ready for a second-year pro, which is vastly different than a first-year pro. I'm telling you, just you know what to expect. You know what guys look like. You know the size. You can work on different things, all the types of ideas. So I think for him, it's a really nice opportunity. I don't know how long the city's going to be for Savoy or how long he missed, but if it's a week, if it's okay, whatever. Just like Devin Levi, come in and make a statement. Hey, I'm right here in front of you. I am ready to go for you.
I don't know. Did you ever undergo any, like, well, I don't know, surgery, but any sort of injury in camp where it kind of set you back? And if so, how long does it take to get back into game shape once the regular season starts and everybody's at full speed?
Yeah, I just never want to get injured. Off season for sure. And then in training camp, you want to feel good about yourself, and all the work you've done, you want to hit the ground running with your teammates, with perhaps new coaches or the same coach or new organization. You want to be ready to go. And so for these guys, it just really sucks. I think getting mid-season to get injured in December for a month, we've already had the benefit of playing quite a few games, and you get back and you have to catch up a little bit. But you're already feeling good about your game, or you know where you're at. This one is just different, especially the new coach coming in. You don't know how it's going to affect you. So it's a little bit more unsettling because of the new coach situation. But I mean, again, you don't ask for this. You got to figure it out. Rehab as hard as you can and rest whatever you need to do to be ready to come back in. And for all four guys, will affect them differently. But the train keeps moving without you. And when you get a chance to get back on the train, you have to make sure you're ready.
Jason Strudwick, former NHLer, joining us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. Yeah, I mean, there's probably enough pressure on these guys already with the new coach staff, outside of the core guys that probably met with Mike Babcock already. So for Isaac Howard, I'm really intrigued to see how he does when he gets out there. Ryan Hopkins, his role on this team is interesting because we've thrown it out to our listeners a few times, and some people say he's still on that top line. He's also got that versatility where you can play him lower down third line, potentially on the wings, going to be on the power play. Where do you think Ryan Hopkins starts the year in the lineup?
Well, I think it matters on Isaac Howard. I really think he's a guy that can really change the role for him. I mean, he's been an unbelievable NHL player, and a great Oiler for his whole career. So what is Mike Babcock on? I'm interested to see how they play this out. I think it starts they play the big guys together. Do they split them up? I still found them split up. Some may disagree with that, but so if you split them up, obviously it's, two more centers, and then you got Dickinson and company to kind of fill out some the rest. So what does that mean? Just to move down to the wing, or because if those guys just split up, now you have to play wing in the top six. So I think it really starts there. The thing about Nuge is that he can play anywhere. We've seen him play center, we've seen him play wing. Obviously, he's a huge part of the power play. If you play center, though, and I'm guessing that he'll be playing further down the lineup, Jason Dickinson would take, I'm hopeful, a lot of the harder kind of assignments with the size and kind of what he can do that frees up Nuge to be a more offensive type play with some other winger. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they shake this down. Now, if you don't put them together, if you do keep them together, Tony and Leon, does that put Nuge in the 2 slot and Dickinson at the 3? Or is it more that Dickinson plays going against a hard play, that it's higher and ones that do get the easier assignments? Maybe that means he's playing with maybe a Howard and I don't know who else, maybe a Puck Gold. So I'm really interested to see how it all shakes down. But I think you got to start that conversation. What do you do with Connor and Leon?
Jason Strudwick joining us here on the Gregor Show. Strudwick, looking on the back end here, I think with Matthias Ekholm and Bouchard, you kind of know what you're going to get. But the pairing of Jake Wallman and Connor Murphy has me intrigued. Wallman, in his career, staying healthy has been a bit of a problem. The most he's ever played in a single season would be 65 games. That was split between the Sharks and the Oilers. There's a couple 63 game played seasons in there as well. But last year, it was just the 53 games. So when you look at him and having a guy like Connor Murphy kind of a stabilizing presence beside him, what are the expectations?
Well, I think Jake Wallman last year, with one playoff run, and then maybe with 100%. I don't think he's able to train the way that it's required for him to play the game he wants to. I think it's a while to find his legs, and then he gets another injury, and it sounds like I'm not even back to the first one as far as being up to speed on about another one. So it can be a real challenge for him. So my hope for him is that he's had a real healthy offseason and has been able to put the work that we've seen him do before to kind of get his wheels going so he can really think about his game. And then part of Connor Murphy, and it is clear what Connor Murphy, what kind of D-man he is. There's no doubt that Connor Murphy is defensive minded in nature, somewhat conservative, and that's okay. And he's played and responsible. And I think it was well, and I think that's a nice fit for him because he knows that maybe he can take a few risks, jump up in the play a little bit more. Look at that great shot. I'd like to see him really follow up the play. You think of some of the goals that Darnell scored, where Darnell the nurse would follow up the play and become the second move. Even get hit by a quick button hook, and someone gets them flowing in, and you got that shot. I basically Jake Walman had that to his game, not just be a guy that shoots from the point, but someone that jumps in off the plate. Now to do that, you got to have your legs underneath because it's a lot of skating to get up there into that area. So I think that that's a really nice situation for Walman to be in, but he's got to come in with his legs going and feeling good and healthy and in shape. I think that all those things will help him do what I just talked about.
That's right. If we turn our attention to the Edmonton Elks on the bye week, but with the CFL schedule, we know it can be very long at times. They had the bye week in week 2. You wrap up 10 games, finish 7-3 in that stretch. Even worst case scenario, whatever happens, you're still going to be top spot in the West when you return to get into the Liberty Classic against the Stampeders. September 7th, not May. What have you really liked about this team in that stretch? Because they were facing a pretty devastating game result on Friday night against the Bombers, not playing their best football. You saw the result. They bounced back in the second half. Defense steps up. Offense does what they have to do, and kind of setting up, let's just say, happy bye week.
Yeah, I think you always want to go onto a break or into a break, with a win. Otherwise, that time can be pretty frustrating, really down, especially when you look at the year they had so far. But when I look at that game, I see a team that it wasn't their best, but they found a way to win. In the recent years, we've seen this team play at their best and lose. We've seen them play at the worst and lose. So this is a team that wasn't at their best, and they found a way to get to win. So now you go into the bye week. I think you really want to try to get as healthy as you can, get some rest, because the push will be tough, especially the next couple games coming up here. But feeling good about yourself, not satisfied. Like, I just can't see Kellum or more, or especially at Irving and those guys being like, oh, it's good. Guys, we've done enough. No, last year they got just pummeled. It felt like, for a good chunk of the year. That's not this team. I think that's a message from the leadership. Like, this isn't what you are anymore. You are now a legit contender in this CFL. And that's the mindset you have to have. So legit contenders don't go and blow it all in 2 weeks and kind of get out of shape or not. That happens all the time, but it can happen. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they get when they come back. Their mindset will be there. They should proud of what they've done, but it's no longer enough to try to get 2 wins. They want to win, and I think that's kind of scary to leave for the other groups in the CFL.
So you look around the CFL right now, and I think it's pretty clear cut. Montreal Alouettes power rankings would have to be that number 1 team there in Winnipeg to get week 13 going on Friday night. But in the West, it's mushy. There's a lot of competitiveness going on with the Stampeders. You've got the Bombers, you've got the BC Lions who are playing good ball as well. If I was to ask you of those 3 teams, Calgary, Winnipeg, BC, how you would rank them, 1 through 3, how would it look?
It's a good one. You got to toss the standings a little bit, but I'd probably go BC, Winnipeg, then Calgary. I think Winnipeg is, they're still, they're coming off a hell of a run the last number of years, and maybe they're not quite the same team, but there is that pedigree in there. I think BC, obviously, with the quarterback situation, and then Calgary, I think they're the weakest of the 3. So I think for all 3, they're competing to just improve and try to find their best version. But yeah, I think I'd still be leery of Winnipeg, even what we saw the other night. They still have some punch in them, even though they're maybe not the team they were in the last 4 or 5 years. They've been pretty much dominant.
Yeah. So let me ask you this before we let you go here. And, you have a start to the game. As good as they look, they probably left points on the board there. They could have put up a little bit more. The running game was fantastic. And then you have a second half like that. What do you think the film session was like this week? Is it just saying, hey, guys, forget the second half? Or do you have to kind of go through that and try to pinpoint what you did and try to correct it?
Yeah, I think that, they've got confidence. So you have to be careful when you have a team who maybe doesn't have confidence. You can't. I never really understood where, your team is struggling and the coach would put the film on and absolutely just destroy you. We know we made mistakes. We're already down or, we're not feeling great about ourselves. But I think that this Elks team should be pretty good about feeling good about themselves and confidence. I think you can go in there and be really constructive and look at what we did here. Why this happened. This is it. You missed your assignment, or you missed a play call, whatever the football situation would be. You can really work through it and really take it. Let's go to school here and see what we did wrong, because it was a tale of two halves. Quite honestly, maybe for both teams there, Connor. So I think it's a constructive time to sit down and look at it and say, okay, this is what we have. Let's take a look at it and see if we can, look at it, learn from it, put it behind us, but move forward, being better off having gone through that process than if we hadn't gone through it.
Struddy, enjoy the rest of your time down south. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, buddy. Talk to you.
There you
Bye-bye.
go. Former NHLer Jason Strudwick, co-host of the Got Your Back podcast here, joining us on the Jason Gregor Show. Good stuff from Struddy. Differences in American and Canadian Slurpees as well. Not everybody would pick up on that, but he's got quite the palate. So glad we get an update on that. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll talk some more CFL with Justin Dunk of 3downnation.com. It is the Jason Gregor Show, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your #1 air conditioning company. So when you can't take living in oppressive heat any longer, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If your hot, sticky sheets keep you up all night, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you've decided that you deserve to be cool and comfortable, call Legacy. Call Legacy. And with no payments, no interest for 1 year, it could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love: better, fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquacentral reverse osmosis filtration system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade: safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
2006, we saw the launch of Twitter. JT was #1 with Sexy Back, and the corner of Jasper Ave and 118th was never the same.
On the Rocks, celebrate 20 years of OTR.
Friday, September 18th.
With Whale and the Wolf. Whale and the Wolf.
20 years of music and memories.
20 years of On the Rocks.
Friday, September 18th. Get in early. Jasper Ave and 118th.
Silent Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada. Properties include the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena. The Silent Ice Center, a new state-of-the-art entertainment facility in Nisku, features 2 sheets of ice, a 1,600-seat arena, as well as Summit Restaurant. Learn more at silentice.com.
The Chicken Parmy Burger. Make extreme pulled pork, garlic and black pepper chicken McNuggets, cheesy bacon McFlavor fries, and the Stroop Waffle McFlurry. You've scrolled them. You've screenshotted them. You've never been able to order them until now. This is the McDonald's World Menu Heist. The most wanted menu items taken from around the world, now in Canada. Get them while you can. For a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
1 in 3 Canadians aren't getting enough sleep. Let the Brick help you sleep better for less. Save 40% on the Sealy Crown Jewel Resort mattress. Get cheap starting at just $49. And buy 1 pillow, get the second one for just $10. Plus, take up to 55 months to pay with no interest and no money down. And with next day delivery in Edmonton, you can start sleeping better right away. Some conditions apply. OAC. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Edmonton, if the Subaru Outback is on your wish list, now's the time to act. With only limited inventory available, these award-winning SUVs won't be here for long. The Outback has earned an IIHS top safety pick or higher for 17 consecutive years, combining legendary Subaru capability, confidence in every season, and the versatility to take you almost anywhere. Reserve yours today before they're gone. Visit your local Subaru dealership today. Welcome to Uncommon.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the two best names in the boots business.
You're listening to The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Action Electrical's projects team takes the field, folks, ready to execute the entire play for new commercial builds.
Absolutely. They're masters of design, build, sketching strategy from initial blueprints to core electrical infrastructure. The team never misses on complex projects.
Known for handling big league constructions and major renovations, ensuring flawless execution, hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Noodle, 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 noodle. Noodle, 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 noodle. Noodle, 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 noodle.
Provolone down to Oodle Noodle tonight because dine-in is open.
From the first pitch to the final out, catch Toronto Blue Jays baseball games live right here. Don't miss a moment of Blue Jays baseball this season. Sports 1440 is proud to be the home of Blue Jays baseball.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Car shopping sucks. That's right. Going back and forth 100 times just to get a price. Give me your credit card for a test drive. What's all these extra fees? That sounds ridiculous. At Northgate, we do things a little differently. Good deals on new, pre-owned vehicles, good people, and a great selection. And don't forget about our employee pricing. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Cantork. Made in Canada, made for Canada, where extreme isn't theoretical. Find your solution at Cantork.com.
The Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Hey, welcome back to the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight's gold ball jackpot, $18 million. Go check it out, PlayAlberta.ca. Also, we got the Jason Gregor Show boosted specials. Just remember, use your game sense. Connor Halley, Declan Kruger, Mackenzie McLennan. Bit of a longer break there. One of our computers just decided to restart mid-show. So we rolled through it, stressed out a little bit, but we're back here. And we're going to talk a little CFL football as we're joined by Justin Dunk, covers the league for 3downnation.com. Justin, good evening. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on, Connor.
Yeah, we really appreciate you joining us on the show today and being very flexible with your schedule. It is appreciated. The Edmonton Elks heading into the bye week, and I don't know how many people, when the schedule came out, would have thought heading into week 13, the Elks 8-3, feeling pretty good about how they're playing, overcame a little adversity in their final game before the bye week, coming back to beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. When you look at this this Edmonton Elks team, Justin, what has been the biggest thing that stood out to you about the group?
Ooh, I think it's the defense playing high-level football from the jump. Last year with J.C. Sheridan, his first year, that defense struggled to start, which makes sense. A bunch of new players and coaches together on that side of the ball, but I think they played really quality football over there on that side of the defense. Obviously, taking away the football at a league high rate this season in 2026. And I think for the offense, it's getting some receivers that Cody Fajardo really has confidence in. Austin Mack obviously had that relationship with Fajardo from their time dating back to Montreal, but TJ Luther, I think, has been a revelation of a find by Ed Hervey and his scouting staff.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been stepping up all season long, and it's getting to the point now you never wish injury. But when it happened in the past, I kind of would think, oh, this might be the one that sinks this Edmonton Elks team. Now I'm intrigued by it. I'm like, okay, well, we've seen it all season long. Guys have stepped out and find ways, to contribute and not look out of place. And when they get healthy, I think there's going to be a lot to watch out for with this team. What have you thought about the job that Mark Killam has done, kind of growing into the head coach? And, it was one of those guys that when he was hired, we saw a lot of former players that had coached him and guys he had worked with saying about time. But it really seems like he's grown a lot in the last year and a half.
Definitely. And I always thought that if Mark Killam got the opportunity to become a head coach in the Canadian Football League, that he was going to be successful. Now, nobody, I don't think, in their right mind would say they saw the Elks being 8-3, leading the West Division by 2 games. But it's very clear that he's built a culture there in Edmonton, within the locker room especially, and that the players really like to play for him, and that his passion, which we do see spill over at times on the sidelines. I can remember the penalty that he took in that Saskatchewan Roughriders game in Edmonton. I think the players love that. So I think he went through the rocky part of the season last year in his rookie season as a head coach, but was able to bounce back from that. And not just him, but his team and the coaching staff, most importantly, to put together a good stretch performance there to give this team real confidence leading into 2026. And all of a sudden, as you said, on top of the West Division at 8-3.
We saw Jim Pop being brought back into the CFL. He's got a great resume with the things he's done in the past, going back to Baltimore and the Alouettes and the Argonauts, and a team that probably needs him more than anyone else, the Ottawa Redblacks right now. They've been making changes on almost every level. I know he was there in today, spoke to the media. What do you think this does for the Red Blacks? Obviously, 0-10, tough to turn it around immediately. But what do you think, the main objective was to bring him in?
And based on what ownership has said, Roger Greenberg and Mark Gowdy, and even what Ryan Dinwiddie said, I think that Jim Pop is there to help get them through the 2026 season, but mainly focusing on American talent. Ryan Dinwiddie made that very clear, that Pop is in there to focus on bringing in American talent. So he's really a scout, but I also think he's going to be a sounding board for Gowdy and potentially Dinwiddie in terms of figuring out the configuration of the front office in 2027 and moving forward for Ottawa.
What do you come out on the idea of a head coach having the general manager title as well? We saw that in Edmonton with Chris Jones for a while, and for me, I look at it and I kind of think it's almost too much. It almost feels disrespectful because that job alone, whether you're the GM or the head coach of a pro football team, it's so encompassing of so much of your time. What do you think of the concept of doing it in the CFL? And do you think that Dinwiddie can do it?
And Dinwiddie's the offensive coordinator too. So he has 3 hats that he has to wear that are very high level for that team. I do think it is difficult, but Ryan Dinwiddie, I think, would be the first to tell you that Sean Burke was helping him with a lot of the general manager duties. And really, for all intents and purposes, Dinwiddie had the final say over the roster, but Sean Burke was doing a lot of the general manager work. And Dinwiddie did say in that media availability that Brendan Taman, the former GM in Saskatchewan, who won a Grey Cup with the Riders in 2013 on home soil, is going to be handling a lot of those duties, if not all the duties that Burke was handling before Burke was let go by the team. So I think that's Dinwiddie acknowledging that, especially when he's in season, he's mostly focused on being a head coach and offensive coordinator.
We're taking a look around the CFL with Justin Dunk of 3downnation.com here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. I want to take our attention out to the West Coast and the BC Lions. We've seen them coming together a little bit here. A nice win over the Riders. Got past Calgary a couple weeks ago. Squeaked one out against the BC Lions, and without their starting quarterback, beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers as well. Is this a team you think to watch out for as Nathan Rourke continues to kind of get healthy and find his game?
Most definitely. The BC Lions are the second hottest team in the Canadian Football League, the hottest being the Montreal Alouettes, of course, just absolutely running roughshod over the rest of the East Division. But the Lions are on the come up, having won 4 straight. Nathan Rourke, even though I think he's being hard on himself, saying he needs to play better for his team, has looked really good since coming back from that left shoulder injury, which was sustained there in Edmonton at Commonwealth Stadium. And I think the Lions are going to be a real contender in the West Division. They got off to a slow start, obviously, which doesn't help when you're trying to battle for a home playoff game. But I think that's a realistic goal for the BC Lions at this point in time because of the way Nathan Rourke is playing, the offense as well, the emergence of Xander Horvath, but in particular, the defense. Mike Benavides has turned that unit around in a big way, and so have the players on that side of the football. In particular, I think Darnell Sankey has really stood out at weak side linebacker. Parker McKenna looks like a baller. He needs to continue to play at a high level for that team. And up front, they are really causing havoc, led by two-time MODP Matthew Betts.
Yeah, I mean, the steps he's taken in his game. I remember watching him as a rookie with the Edmonton Elks or Eskimos, whatever it was at the time, and I was like, I don't know about this guy. And he's gone to BC and exploded onto the scene. Been a great player. They get the Ottawa Redblacks this week in Ottawa. I don't know if there's going to be that new bump or anything like that, but we shall see. Looking at the other games this week, Winnipeg had a really good first half against the Elks on Friday night, but it all came tumbling down in the second half. Probably not the best when you're going up against the Montreal Alouettes.
No, definitely not. Montreal is an absolute handful to deal with on both sides of the football. You look at the offense for Montreal, they got Davis Alexander leading the league in passing yards, taking all those deep shots down the field to Tyson Philpott, Tyler Sneed, Cole Speaker. And then you got Travis Tice, who's up there near the top of the rushing yards chart. And Alexander has the top two receivers in the Canadian Football League in terms of yardage. Then you look at the defense with Noel Thorpe. He's always going to be on the attack, mixing up his blitz and pressure looks. That defense is playing much better football. And I think that's why the Alouettes have become so formidable and are clearly, at this point in the season, the best team in the CFL.
Saturday is going to be a real fun one. A doubleheader kicking off at McMahon Stadium down in Calgary with the Tiger Cats in town. Then you'll have the Argos and the Rough Riders at 5 o'clock. These two games are both intriguing, both big for the Western Conference teams, for the Stampeders trying to hang around with the Bombers and the BC Lions. And then for the Rough Riders trying to fend them off, but also trying to keep up with the Edmonton Elks. So when you look at these two games, who do you think comes out on top?
Whew. Man, it's interesting because when you look at these games, I think it could go either way. And we'll start in Calgary, as you mentioned, because that's the first one of the doubleheader on Saturday. If Trey Ford starts, I do like the Hamilton Tiger Cats because that defense has been playing at a high level. I think sneakily because there's been so much focus on the quarterback position, and the Ticats don't maybe have the wins to match up with how well the defense has been playing, with Winton McManus in the middle, Stavros Katsantonis at safety, and making a lot of plays overall on that unit. So I would lean Hamilton in that one. And then Saskatchewan's got to be careful because Toronto has already come into Mosaic Stadium once as the, quote, home team and beat the Rough Riders. And now the Argos, I suppose, come in as the true road team in this football game. And the Riders have had a little bit of an issue of late of giving up big plays down the field. Chad Kelly likes to throw it down the field when it's available. So I think that it seems like, especially from a betting perspective, to be honest, a bounce back spot for the Riders, but they need to be very careful because the Argos can jump up and grab a win.
We hear the phrase thrown out there a lot as we're taking a look around the CFL here on the Jason Gregor Show about how, the season doesn't really get going in after Labor Day. And I've heard some pushback from the past, but do you think there's any players potentially that could come back from the NFL that could make that difference for a team?
There's a possibility, and I think that phrase is just completely worn out and old. The Ottawa Redblacks season is over before Labor Day, okay? Ask the Edmonton Elks from a year ago. For the most part, their season was over. I know they put together some wins down the stretch, but you can really set yourself back if a team actually believes that's true. And I don't think any of these professional football teams, professional athletes, professional coaches in the Canadian Football League believe that's true. Perhaps there is some real meaning to like the games might mean a little bit more after Labor Day and on Labor Day weekend, but the wins and losses still count the same in the standings. So I don't think that that really has any bearing on these games. From the jump, you've got to be ready to go in the Canadian Football League.
100%. Totally agree with you. It's going to be a lot of fun, Justin, as the season kind of runs down here. We get into the playoffs. Thanks a lot for doing this today. We'll have to get you back on again soon.
Thanks a lot, Connor. Appreciate it.
No doubt. That is Justin Dunk covering the NFL for 3downnation.com. You can give him a follow on X at JDunk1. 647-860-1012. As we roll on here on the Jason Gregor Show, didn't get a chance to see the final. They just swapped a little bit. I think Canada fell to Japan at the Little League World Series. They were trailing 7-1 last I saw. Alabama 4-0 in the bottom of the first. Not a great start. 4-1. Alabama rallying. When we come back, we'll get to Cam Tate's 2-minute warning and we'll wrap up the show. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, streaming on YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram, and Twitch. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
You don't just need property services, you need problems handled. HireGood provides cleanup, debris removal, site monitoring, and safety attendance across Edmonton. We reduce issues on your property, keep spaces safe, and take pressure off your team. We resolve real problems for businesses while creating real impact. Because our team is built on second chances, and they show up every day ready to prove it. Visit HireGood.ca or call and mention Jason Gregor for a first-time discount. HireGood. Stable jobs create stable lives.
Thinking of growing your business? In partnership with Prairie's Can, the Alberta Chambers of Commerce is helping businesses explore new opportunities, new markets, and build connections through organized trade missions across Canada. Find the right mission for you at abchamber.ca/trade missions.
It might have been scraped by the snowblower, dented while door crashing, or crunched at the company Christmas party. At some point over the winter, your car was damaged, and it's been hiding under a coat of winter grime.
Then come and see Robertson Body Works. We can take care of the damage and the dirt. This week only, call and book a repair and get a complete auto detailing absolutely free.
But you have to book your appointment before the week is up. Go to robertsonbodyworks.com.
I'm Tim Robertson, and I fix cars.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the two best names in the boots business.
Portions of this hour brought to you by the Nation Golf Tournament this Friday at Millwoods Golf Course. Golf, drinks, swag, food, and fun. Every spring supports Gregor's grads and helps graduates shine on graduation day. Sign up at nationexperiences.ca.
The Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley. This is Sports 1440.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.543, welcome back to the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight's Lotto 649 Gold Ball Jackpot, $18 million. You can go with your ticket at PlayAlberta.ca. Also, we got the Jason Gregor Show specials boosted. Remember, use your game sense. Connor Halley, Duncan Kruger, Mackenzie McLennan with you here live from the Sports 1440 studios on the AM dial, streaming YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram, and Twitch. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Few more things to get to on the show today, one of which being Cam Tate's 2-minute warning. So why don't we get to that now? As always, it is brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where the rates never change, no OT charges, furnace repair, and maintenance. Do it now with LegacyHeating.ca. And of course, every day here on the Jason Gregor Show, we do get to Cam Tate's 2-minute warning. We'll do so right now.
Let's talk turkey, or maybe let's talk take-home pay. You ever wonder what the average 21-year-old Canadian guy is bringing home? You're looking at maybe $3,000 to $3,500 a month after tax. That's rent, maybe a used car payment, and trying to save a buck for the future. It's a grind, and for most young folks, every single dollar has to have a job to do. Now, hold that number in your head, because I want you to grab a slide rule or just punch some numbers into your phone. Let's look at the shiny new deal for hockey's golden boy, Macklin Celebrini. The reports say he just signed a 5-year extension with the San Jose Sharks for $18.8 million total per year. Let's do the math. $18.8 million divided by 12 months. That's about $1.56 million a month. That's not a typo. $1.56 million every single month for 5 years. That's what Macklin Celebrini is pocketing. Now look, the kid is a talent. He's the real deal. The next one, they say. But when you look at that check, it really puts into perspective just how far the NHL salary cap has pushed the needle. It's a whole different stratosphere of income. And we have to recognize what's happening. Salaries in the NHL, they're going up, up, and away. But, and here's the kicker, so is the cost of everything else in life. Gas, groceries, that first apartment. We're living in a world where the gap between making it and just making it through the month has never been wider. It's a tale of two different realities. And all of this makes me ask a very interesting question about our youth, our kids. We're telling them to dream big, to lace up those skates, to work hard. But when they see an $18 million a year salary, does it make them feel like, hey, that's impossible, it'll never happen to me? Or in a weird way, does it make them want to try even harder? Maybe it's the carrot on the stick, or maybe it's just a reminder of the lottery ticket that is professional sports. Whatever it is, as we look at the numbers, one thing is clear. The game is changing, the money is changing, and the kids, well, they're watching every bit of it. 833-401-1440. Please text us. We want to know what you think. 2-minute warning. As the Jason Gregor Show with guest host Connor Halley continues on, sports. 1440.
Yeah, I mean, it's an encouraging sign, isn't it, that these contracts are being handed out. Obviously, the NHL continually going up here. It's grown $39 million since the 2005-2006 season. Like, that's good. That's what we want to see here. We know it's projected to continue to rise. Gary Bettman, love him or hate him, business-wise, the owners love him, so that's an encouraging stat from the business perspective. And for Macklin Celebrini to get that deal, it's deserved. I mean, he was unbelievable last year. If his team sniffs the playoffs, this guy's probably on a whole lot more MVP votes in that top 1 or 2 position. $18.8 million. We'll see who the next to follow is. Obviously, Connor McDavid will be eligible for a deal very quickly to re-sign in Edmonton or elsewhere, wherever he so may choose. But yeah, that's just kind of the way this is going, and it's good. And it kind of pales in comparison to some of these other leagues. You know, we were talking about Joey Porter Jr. on the Frenzy earlier today, and I mean, cornerbacks in the NFL are making like $33 million top tier. We're talking the best of the best. You've got pass rushers, tackles, quarterbacks making north of 50, 60. Like it just keeps going up. And I see no reason why that would change. As these billionaires become richer and richer, they can afford it and they can get it done. So, hey, good on the guys cashing in while they can. And Macklin Celebrini, you will always have those people that say, like, they're just athletes, or they're just doing, like, they're not making, as much, or they make way more than teachers or doctors should. But unfortunately, it's a business, and that's just the way it goes. These guys are going to make their owners more and more money. And Harry says, and people cannot make mortgage payments. Yeah. Nothing really new. The numbers all just keep going up at every level. Some faster than others, I suppose. Text line is 1-833-401-1440. When Taylor sent that, I actually thought that was an old one. I looked at Mackenzie. I'm like, didn't he sign this a month ago? But the point remains. It's going to be 16.6% of the salary cap for the Sharks in 2027. For comparison, Connor McDavid's 12.5 in 2018 was 15.72%, while Crosby's 8.7 in 2008, 15.34. So a little bit over 1% it's taking up of the salary cap. That's just the way things are going. It's going to be interesting, I suppose, to see how they navigate the rest of this when it comes out, because they've got some young players, similarly to the Anaheim Ducks, who, they had the $18 million contract and we've seen the impact that's going to have. The Sharks, though, have some big deals on the back end. You got Darnell Nurse for $9.25. That's going to run through the 2030 season, as is Jacob Trouba, who's making $8.25. So you got $17.5 million tied up in 2 defensemen on the back end for another 4 seasons. Macklin Celebrini's $18 million is going to kick in. Mason Marchment got a pretty nice deal. 5 years, $6.75. Logan Couture's on the IR, and he'd come off next season anyways. Tyler Toffoli has another year at $6 million. Alex Wenberg, 3 more years at $6 million. Kiefer Sherwood, who they acquired, he got $5.75. That was for 5 more years. Zach Ostapchuk, local product. He's under a contract for another 4 years before he becomes a unrestricted free agent. Will Smith, that'll be the next man up. And I guess depending on how he does this season, we'll see what happens. Probably want to try to get that deal done as soon as possible. But the San Jose Sharks are spending some money for sure. 1-833-401-1440. That is the number on the text line. Coming up next year on Sports 1440 on the AM dial, we will have Blue Jays baseball as they are taking on the Kansas City Royals out in Toronto, as I mentioned, only on the AM feed. Right now, hard to say what's happening. Top of the third. Base is juiced for Kansas City, but 2 outs. We'll see what happens in the next little while here. If the Jays can find a way to get out of this inning, that would be an encouraging sign. Elsewhere, Yankees lead the Astros 2-1. Nationals up on the Rockies 1-0. The Red Sox losing to the Marlins right now 2-0 in the 4th. The Brewers have a 4-0 lead over the Mets. Dodgers and Braves tied at 1 apiece. And then a few games scoreless early on. Earlier today, Cubbies falling to the Diamondbacks 2-0. The Reds got past the Giants 10-9. Guardians over the Angels 4-3. Mariners blanked at home 6-0 by the Phillies. And the Padres get by the Pirates 3-0. Those song lyrics sound like a Cam Tate 2-minute warning. What was the last song we had?
Closer by the Chainsmokers.
Oh, a banger. I didn't really tune into that part. I was zoned out. Earlier on in the show, we were talking about McDonald's and making sure, do you go for the burger and the fries first? Manny said, I'm not Joey Chestnut, but I could down a quarter pounder in 3 bites. I feel like Declan would be a little slower with his quarter pounder. You a quarter pounder with cheese or no cheese?
So I switch it up.
Okay.
I got it down in the car so no one can see me eating.
That's like not an uncommon practice, though. I think.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people will do that.
Similarly, like, I don't really like to eat sugar in front of people.
How come?
Just embarrassing for me personally.
It's so good though. Like,
yeah,
it's delicious.
I eat that in my car too.
Just a bag of sugar?
Wow. Like a chocolate maybe.
Oh man. You were saying you wanted a chocolate today. I'm all in. We need a candy drawer.
I said that. We need a snack drawer.
Yeah. Well, why stop there? Snack closet. Like, make it big.
Like how NFL teams have Uncrustables on lock.
Yeah.
We need that.
And I've never had a Uncrustable in my life. Never actually had peanut butter and jelly in my life, so I'm way behind on this whole thing. Anyways, that music means we're done. Thank you to all of our guests for joining us on the show today. Stephen Ellis, Mick Ozzie, Tyler Yaremchuk, Struddy, Speck, Justin Dunk, Mac, Deck. Appreciate it, all you guys. Check the podcast if you missed anything. Apologies for our YouTube stream. Technology is failing us, but we'll get that cured. We will continually work on it. I promise you that. Coming up next, we got Jays baseball on the AM feed. If you're streaming, it is Blue Jays or Fox Sports Radio. Right now, though, Sports 1440 update with Declan Kruger, brought to you by Sean Cunningham of Remax Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly, 780-265-0165.
Edmonton Oilers news: forwards Matthias Janmark and Matt Savoy, along with defenseman Alex Regula and goaltender Freddie Anderson, will not participate in next month's training camp. The NFL has pulled the plug on the Pro Bowl, and in the NBA world, Jonathan Kuminga joining the Minnesota Timberwolves on a 2-year, $12.4 million deal. In the MLB right now, the Toronto Blue Jays and Kansas City Royals tied 0-0 in at the top of the third. Yankees lead the Astros 2-1 in the bottom of the second. Brewers lead the Mets 4-0 at the end of the second, and finals today saw the Reds over the Giants 10-9, Guardians over the Angels 4-3, Phillies blanking the Mariners 6-0, Padres over the Pirates 3-0, and the Rays over the Tigers 3-0 as well. WNBA action right now: the Valkyries currently leading the Sun 55-27 at halftime. Toronto Temple will be in action at 8 o'clock. And in the Little League World Series, it was Japan over Canada today, 7-3. I'm Declan Kruger. This has been a Sports 1440 update.